Chapter 3726. The Prelude to the Great Battle. All of you only have this bit of strength. Too weak, too useless. Did you not eat? However, Lin Ling remained standing under everyone's gaze. His disdainful voice floated out. He sensed that he was still lacking a bit of strength from breaking through. What was most despicable was that these people had stopped and were looking at him with admiration. Were they crazy? What did you say? Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, these people were stunned. Their suppressed anger burned once again. They thought that Lin Ling would back off and kneel down to beg for mercy. But who knew that Lin Ling's mouth remained arrogant? He did not lower his head. I'm talking about all of you. Lin Ling bellowed once again. He pointed at a person and said, such a weak attack that doesn't even reach 60% of ancestral power. How did you cultivate it? You've wasted all your efforts on cultivating. And you have a 7th grade ultimate desolate body, but you can't even use it. I really feel embarrassed for you. Could it be that you are the reincarnation of a turtle? Don't laugh, because there's still you. You are just here to make up the numbers. Your talent is not strong, and your ancestral power is not strong. All you rely on is the divine artifact in your hand. A trash like you will never go far. Curses came out of Lin Ling's mouth. Anger. All the experts were so angry that their noses were crooked. Too arrogant. Too venomous. Don't be angry. The path of martial arts is vast and boundless. To be angry over such a trivial matter. It looks like your foundations are not stable. However, even though the experts were angry, Lin Ling took the opportunity to reprimand them. This is infuriating. Fellow allies, I can't take it anymore. I don't appreciate his miserable state. I want to teach him a lesson. Someone's hair stood on end from anger. He could no longer take it and immediately attacked. Rumble. A gigantic flaming cauldron fell from the sky. It was more powerful than Lin Ling's space-time divine monument. This was the Flaming God Cauldron, a legendary cauldron left behind by a god. After it came crashing down, the martial platform began to burn. Clang, clang, clang. The 18 true inheritance nether swords began to appear. They rushed into the sky and blocked the flaming cauldron from smashing down. However, everyone could see that this was just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Ha! Lin Ling, say it again. Seeing that Lin Ling was about to be suppressed, the expert roared. He seemed to have lost his mind. From this, it could be seen how seriously he was angered by Lin Ling. Bang! However, Lin Ling raised his hands to the sky and actually blocked the descending flaming cauldron. However, the rolling flames also burned him, making him look like a phoenix bathing in a volcano. He's going to lose. Many people shook their heads when they saw Lin Ling's aura weaken. This was because they could clearly see that Lin Ling's expression had turned serious. This meant that Lin Ling had indeed reached his limit. Perhaps after the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, Lin Ling would be suppressed. It was even possible after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Too weak. Didn't you eat? Please increase your strength. However, Lin Ling finally opened his mouth. His words were earth-shattering, because Lin Ling was clearly going to be defeated, and he actually said that he was weak. What? You're talking about me? Damn it. The expert who attacked was stunned. He was so angry that veins popped out on his face. That's right. I'm talking about you, soft-footed shrimp. Did you do too much last night and have no strength today? As a man, I really feel sorry for you. 3-second man. Lin Ling shouted again. 3-second man? That expert naturally knew what this meant. Nobody stopped me. I'm going to suppress him to death. He was so angry that his hair was standing on end. Looking at the experts behind him, each and every one of them had red eyes, because they had never seen such a person who courted death. Even the students of the 7 Mile Academy were not as stubborn as Lin Ling. Defeat him. Everyone could not hold back anymore. All kinds of powerful methods were thrown at Lin Ling. The scene instantly exploded with a spectacular scene. At this moment, the battles on the other 7 platforms had stopped, and they shot their gazes towards the Quake platform. What a terrifying guy. Today's exchange of pointers is completely his martial stage. Lin Ling, Snow Wind Academy's Lin Ling. I'll remember him. Many people were secretly shocked. It's him. At this moment, Princess Tian also saw the man bathe in flames. Her delicate body trembled violently. An indescribable emotion slowly burned in her heart and spread throughout her body. That emotion was terror, because she saw Lin Ling die in the ancient coffin with her own eyes. The ancient coffin was terrifying and mysterious. Even the god of assassins did not dare to cross it. However, Lin Ling came back alive. Moreover, he had reached the martial ancestor realm and appeared before her eyes. She had a feeling that Lin Ling was here for her. Lin Ling was here for revenge. She stared at the man in the flames, but at this moment, a chaotic gaze that seemed to cross thousands of mountains and rivers appeared on her body. That was Lin Ling's gaze. She even saw the evil smile on Lin Ling's face. Not good. She could not help but exclaim. She did not know what Lin Ling wanted to do, but she knew that Lin Ling was not so simple. Those experts were like a strand of hair to Lin Ling. And what Lin Ling wanted to do now? Her eyes suddenly lit up. Breakthrough. With the help of the experts from all sides, the pressure formed and smoothly broke through to a new realm. Monster! She could not help but shout. Not long ago, Lin Ling faced the most terrifying ancestor's tribulation. He had passed it, but in such a short period of time, he was about to break through again. Everyone stopped. She wanted to stop the people on the martial stage. She could not watch Lin Ling do whatever he wanted. Unfortunately, no one could hear her voice at this moment. Everyone was sneering, especially the teachers of E-Garden. They laughed the loudest, as if they could foresee the next scene. As for the people around the 8 trigrams platform, everyone stood up. They were also looking at history. The most arrogant disciple in the history of the 36 academies was about to suffer a great loss. On the martial stage, there were continuous rumbles. All the experts' attacks fell on Lin Ling flames. Lightning, ice, and so on formed a great tribulation. Looking at Lin Ling again, his body was covered in blood. His long hair was dancing wildly. His hands were raised to the sky, and he did not take a step back. This kid is terrifying. If he can pass this tribulation, he will definitely soar to the sky. An academy dean said solemnly. Although Lin Ling was arrogant, he was also crazy and stubborn. Even now, he still did not admit defeat. How could he know that Lin Ling was roaring in his heart at this moment? Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Behind him, the evil spirit jellyfish went in and out crazily, swallowing all the experts' attacks and then bringing them into Lin Ling's body, forming a powerful breakthrough force. Of course, the pressure on Lin Ling was not small. However, success was at that moment. He was confident that he could hold on. After this battle, it was time for his name to shake the 36 academies. Chapter 37:27. Lights soared into the sky. Boom! In the end, a roar that shocked the entire E-Garden sounded. The word tremor. Martial platforms exploded and scattered on the ground like islands in the sea. Defeated. Everyone's eyes finally lit up. Good, madman. We have to defeat him in an even crazier way. Amidst the silence, a teacher from the E-Garden let out an excited voice. On the shattered martial platforms that were like isolated islands, numerous experts rubbed their noses. At this moment, they felt a sense of pride, as though they had defeated a great demon of the final world. Chi, chi, chi. However, at this moment, a huge pressure appeared in the sky. Then a great world came crashing down. What? A great world tribulation. Heavens, this is the 7 types of tribulations: void, real, shatter, annihilation, extreme, and break. It's the final nirvana tribulation. What's going on? Who's going through the tribulation? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The great world in the sky came crashing down on the ground, but on the ground the roar sounded. Then, a man stood up like an invincible god of war. He looked at the great world tribulation in the sky and punched out. Rumble. His voice seemed to spread throughout the 9 provinces. Under the punch, the great world tribulation immediately exploded. What the hell? An old man let out a horrified cry. However, the man's fist did not stop. It blasted into the sky like a meteor. Rumble. Pop, pop, pop. The sky rumbled continuously. The great world tribulation that kept smashing down was constantly blasted apart. After an incense stick's worth of time, everything finally calmed down. However, the huge 8 trigrams Marshall platform was dead silent. Everyone swallowed their saliva. What was going on with his mother? Who's going through the tribulation? A puzzled voice appeared in everyone's heart. It's me. However, the mystery was soon solved. A figure rose from the ground and rushed into the sky, looking down at all the experts on the ground. This man was naked from the waist up. His long hair danced wildly, and he carried a sword on his back. He was looking at everyone with an evil smile. It was Lin Ling. When they saw the domineering man, all the experts on the ground stopped breathing. Some people even slapped themselves hard to see if they were dreaming or not. Because Lin Ling was suppressed by the experts together, not only did he not die, but he was going through the tribulation. Moreover, he was going through the most terrifying great world tribulation among the martial ancestors. Surprised, aren't you? Lin Ling looked at everyone below him with contempt. Sorry, I made you guys were too happy. In fact, I wanted to use your strength stage nirvana stage. What? You want us to break through? So you did that on purpose? All the experts were their eyes widened. They were so angry that they almost exploded. Is suke? It can't be said to be intentional. It should be done on purpose. However, you guys are too useless. You guys spent 3 incense sticks worth of time to resolve this matter. If I didn't scold you guys so badly, you guys would have dragged on for an hour before resolving this matter. This sentence was like a sharp knife, ruthlessly stabbing into everyone's hearts. Not only did he deceive them, he even said they were not strong enough and wasted their time. After all, they were the ones who helped Lin Ling pass the tribulation. All right, your arrogance has come to an end. Now, I'll let you see how weak you are. Lin Ling waved his right hand, and a new blue and white robe appeared. After he put it on, he looked at the ground in disarray. Sword out. The true inheritance nether swords appeared, and there were 9,999 of them. Soul out. Countless evil spirit jellyfish leaped out. Time-space divine steel. Illusory god world. Calamity destroying sun bow. Lin Ling kept shouting. Powerful energy covered the entire sky. At this moment, he let everyone know whether he was weak or at his peak. These methods were obviously twice as powerful as before. This also let everyone know that Lin Ling was deliberately going easy on them. Otherwise, with Lin Ling's full strength, they would have been unable to withstand a single blow. Rumble. The ground shook violently. Countless attacks bombarded the ground like meteors, and the Tremor Marshall platform was annihilated in an instant. After a long time, the aftermath gradually weakened. Looking at the ground again, the experts of the various academies who were standing before were now lying on the ground in a sorry state. Some were buried by rocks, revealing half of their buttocks. Some were completely buried, revealing only their innocent heads. In short, they were in a sorry state. Bang! Lin Ling flew to the ground and smashed down like a boulder. He walked towards those experts step by step, and the true inheritance nether swords appeared in front of the 39 experts. Do you admit defeat? A low shout was like a thunderclap that entered everyone's heart. Admit defeat, I admit defeat. Those people weren't killed by Lin Ling. They were only defeated. At this moment, they all sullenly admitted defeat. All of you shout together. If you're a moment slower or not in unison, then don't blame me, Lin Ling, for being impolite. Lin Ling shouted coldly again. Admit defeat. Neat voices rushed to the 9 heavens. At this moment, not only was everyone looking at Lin Ling, even the entire E-Garden seemed to be looking at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's light soared into the sky. E-Garden was silent. They could only watch a madman from the Snow Wind Academy strut around in their territory, illuminating East City. In fact, Lin Ling had indeed illuminated East City. At this moment, was there anyone who didn't know about Lin Ling? Obviously not. The dean of the Snow Wind Academy clenched her fists in excitement. Although Lin Ling wasn't the strongest in the competition, it was certain that Lin Ling's battle was the most exciting, the most intense, and the most domineering. One person against 40 people and returned with a great victory. Duan Wuhan, now you should have seen me. However, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the strange gazes of the crowd. Instead, he looked at the distant martial platform and said, everything he did was not to become famous, not to prove himself, but for Duan Wuhan. At the same time, on the distant martial platform, a man with his hands behind his back looked coldly at Lin Ling. He was Duan Wuhan. At this moment, he was undoubtedly extremely surprised. No, it should be said that he was shocked, because he didn't expect Lin Ling to come, and even more didn't expect Lin Ling to face him in such a way. Lin Ling, you're here too. Duan Wuhan smiled, and his smile was extremely calm. For Lin Ling's appearance, although he was extremely surprised, he also instantly thought of one thing. The person who robbed the execution ground must be Lin Ling. This meant that Lin Ling's death was imminent. Stupid. Lin Ling was so stupid. Didn't he know that the entire East City was looking for him? He actually dared to strut around here. In order to make a name for himself, he actually used such a high-profile way to fight. I have to say, my evaluation of you suddenly dropped a point. Duan Wuhan couldn't help but shake his head and said with some disappointment, Hee, I hope that in the future, you still have the confidence to say this sentence. Lin Ling naturally guessed the meaning of Duan Wuhan's words. The funny thing was that Duan Wuhan thought he was stupid. He didn't know that Lin Ling had come prepared. Chapter 3728. Zhou Jun's Challenge. I heard that you're going to take your first step in life again, right? Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Lin Ling said again. Yes, do you have any suggestions? Duan Wuhan nodded and smiled indifferently. Hearing this, Lin Ling paused and said calmly, Sorry, I'm here today to suppress you. As soon as his words fell, the entire 8 trigrams martial platform exploded. No wonder Lin Ling was so arrogant. It turned out that his goal was Duan Wuhan. The people before were all cannon fodder. Lin Ling turned into cannon fodder in order to attract Duan Wuhan's attention. There was no doubt that the people of the major academies were furious again. This Lin Ling, what a big move, what a big courage. He simply did not see their major academies as anything. Interesting. Well, I'll wait for you. Duan Wuhan was stunned and suddenly laughed out loud. His strength was now greatly increased. Why would he be afraid of Lin Ling? Moreover, the grudge between him and Lin Ling should be settled. The most important thing was that he knew that Lin Ling would definitely die today. However, before the city lord of East City arrived, he did not mind fighting with Lin Ling. He could step on Lin Ling to become famous. And this was the first step of his plan for glory. Lin Ling saw Duan Wuhan's confident smile and instantly guessed the other party's thoughts. He also smiled, knowing that the battle would not be too long. There's still 10 people left. You can all come together. Go! Retracting his gaze, Lin Ling looked around the martial platform again and said. However, the martial stage was completely silent. What a joke! Who would dare to go up? Admit defeat, I admit defeat. Go! The remaining 10 people all bowed their heads. This also led to the appearance of the seated contestant of the Tremor Martial platform. It was Lin Ling. Seated contestant. Go! Seeing this, the dean was undoubtedly excited and roared towards the sky because this result had completely exceeded her expectations. Looking at Dean Liu and the others, they were also extremely excited, as if Lin Ling had also won endless glory for their academy. On the contrary, Lin Ling didn't feel that there was anything to be proud of. After shaking his head helplessly, he finally walked down from the martial stage. Countless eyes immediately looked at him. Many people wanted to know what this Lin Ling was thinking. In order to fight with Duan Wuhan, he did not hesitate to cause such a big sensation. As for one direction of the martial platform, a large number of people appeared there. They looked at Lin Ling, who was walking down step by step, and nodded their heads. That's right. It's him. He is a powerful bodyguard who can defeat a half-step martial god. I was defeated by that bodyguard. An old man nodded and said, since the Chi Wei has confirmed it, then it's time to inform the city lord. Inform him immediately. These people were obviously the experts of each city. As for the old man, he was the guardian of the execution ground. At this moment, he stared at Lin Ling and couldn't help but laugh. What a strange kid! He never expected that after Lin Ling robbed the execution field, not only did he not hide, but he also swaggered into Yi Garden to fight in the arena. Moreover, he fought very crazily, as if he was afraid that Chung would not know that he was here. It had to be said that he was indeed a freak. The seated contestants of the Zhen martial platform appeared, and it didn't take long for the seated contestants of the other 7 martial platforms to appear. In the end, only 8 people were left for this exchange. Except for Lin Ling, the other 7 seated contestants were not too surprising. Next, it was naturally the final battle of the 8 people. However, at this time, Lin Ling's voice also quietly floated out. In order to avoid wasting any time, I think it's better for me to fight with Duan Wuhan. The others are exempt. As soon as this voice fell, it was like a bomb bombarding all the major academies, even East City. The final competition was coming, and Lin Ling was still so crazy. It was as if he had already become the first, and the rest of the people were just chickens and dogs. He even disdained to fight with chickens and dogs. This guy was simply crazy to the end. Who do you think you are? You want to fight just because you say so? That's too much. The remaining 8 people should be drawn to fight, but you want to skip a grade. Do you really think we're not things? This time, not only were the people of Yi Garden furious, but even the people of the other academies were furious. Because Lin Ling's words were also unconventional. He actually wanted to skip a grade. Sorry, I really don't think you're things. Lin Ling glanced at the crowd and said honestly, how dare you? Many teachers from other academies shouted out in anger. It's not that you can't fight, but at least you have to defeat me. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded, and then a handsome young man came out. Lin Ling obviously did not know this person, so he frowned slightly. Zhou Jun. However, a large number of cheers sounded in an instant, and among them were the screams of countless women. Those screams were almost crazy. Zhou Jun, the 5th master of Yi Garden's 3rd hall and the 422nd on the god list stairway to heaven. His strength was not to be underestimated, and he was also the prince of Rain Country, and his rain sword shocked the 9 states. Most importantly, he was the only one who could fight against Duan Wuhan in this exchange. Zhou Jun, are you finally going to fight? In a corner of the 8 trigrams martial stage, there was a high platform. A large number of old men in 8 trigrams robes sat there, and one of them was holding a fist-sized 8 trigrams purple furnace, with a proud smile on his face. And he was the dean of Yi Garden. Previously, he had seen the student of Snow Wind Academy go crazy again and again. It would be a lie to say that he was not angry. This was because this exchange was organized by the Yi Garden. As the host, it was normal for them to receive the most attention. However, someone did not follow the rules and slapped the host's face in front of the whole Yi Garden. So, he had long wanted to send the experts of Yi Garden to fight and trample on Snow Wind Academy. However, Yi Garden was a big academy after all, so he was embarrassed to ask. If that junior had not sent himself to death, Yi Garden would not be able to find an excuse. Zhou Jun, the 7th grade ultimate desolate body, 60% of the ancestral power, and the strength of a late-stage martial ancestor, is enough to defeat that madman. Yi Garden's vice dean said with a smile, it's enough. That madman is just playing to the gallery. He seems to be arrogantly sweeping the tremor martial stage, but in fact, our academy's Zhou Jun can also do it. The overall strength of the tremor martial stage is not high, the dean said with a nod, and under the attention of everyone, Zhou Jun also floated up. He was elegant and had an extraordinary temperament. The reason he wanted to fight Lin Ling was naturally not for the sake of the Villa. As far as he was concerned, a clown like Lin Ling wasn't worthy of him fighting Lin Ling. It was even to the extent that he felt that fighting Lin Ling would cause him to lose his status. His goal was Princess Tian. Chapter 3729. The Battle of the Black and White Swords. In fact, Princess Tian was also looking at Zhou Jun with great anticipation. Zhou Jun had a 7th grade ultimate desolate body. She also believed that Lin Ling was bound to lose. Who are you? Lin Ling was still looking at Zhou Jun. A 7th grade ultimate desolate body was quite a good talent. Unfortunately, his realm was too low. If he had reached the half-step martial god realm, even Lin Ling would have to be wary of him. However, you don't have to answer. You are not qualified to fight me. Shaking his head, Lin Ling felt disdain for him. What? Lin Ling's nonchalant words made countless people's pupils constrict. Fanatic, a complete fanatic. Zhou Jun was an expert from the E-Garden. In the 36 colleges, there was no warrior from the Divine Three Halls who did not know him. However, Lin Ling said he was not qualified. After all, many people could sense that Zhou Jun did not want to fight Lin Ling. He was afraid of dirtying his hands. Therefore, in terms of qualifications, it was actually Lin Ling. Brother Lin Ling, you sure are domineering. In a corner of the 8 trigrams martial platform, Zhang Wudi and company gasped. They were from the Divine Three Halls, so they naturally knew that some people were not to be trifled with. One of them was Zhou Jun. In front of Zhou Jun, their brother Wudi would definitely kneel down and call him brother. He would not dare to call himself brother. But now, such an important figure was not qualified for Lin Ling to fight. He was not even qualified to look at him. As for Zhou Jun, he was also stunned. Following that, he roared angrily, "Are you fighting or not?" A large number of women cursed around the 8 trigrams martial platform. They were cursing Lin Ling for overestimating himself. He clearly did not dare to fight, but he found an excuse to say he was not qualified. I already said that you are not qualified. However, Lin Ling said without even looking at him. Zhou Jun immediately felt helpless. He couldn't possibly attack Lin Ling head-on. After all, there were referees in this sparring match. I'm here for Princess Tian. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and sneered. As soon as he said that, Lin Ling finally looked at him. Princess Tian? The woman from the Castle of Black Gold? In fact, in the Black Gold Castle, the masterminds who targeted Lin Ling, Duan Feihong, the god of assassins, and the others were all dead. The only exception was Princess Tian. This woman ran very quickly and disappeared from the 9 provinces in an instant. This also caused Lin Ling to be unable to find her for a while. And now, Lin Ling had never imagined that Princess Tian would let Zhou Jun fight him. In that case, Lin Ling had no reason to not fight. Sure, but I want to ask if I can fight Duan Wuhan after defeating you. Lin Ling finally spoke. Sure. The seated contestants of the various martial stages immediately answered and nodded in agreement. In their hearts, they did not think that Lin Ling was a match for Zhou Jun. Since they have all agreed, it means that it is true. The referee looked at the crowd and then nodded at Lin Ling. All right, let's fight. Lin Ling finally nodded. I've been waiting for you to say that for a long time. Zhou Jun immediately revealed a smile. He had indeed been waiting for this for a long time. He was the first to appear on the Qian martial stage. This was the largest martial stage and also the most glorious martial stage. A large sword appeared in his hand. It was exactly the same as Lin Ling's sword, except that it was white. And this sword was called the Rain Pool Sword. It was a rare 5th grade divine artifact. Misty rain surrounded his body. This was his talent. Under the Misty Rain domain, his attack, defense, and speed were all raised to a new level. And now, he was probably able to fight a half-step martial god. Seeing the changes on the martial stage, the crowd was astonished. What a powerful aura. Looking at Lin Ling, he had just landed on the martial stage, and the tyrannical Song sword appeared in his hand. However, Lin Ling did not use any techniques, so It looked like he was just an ordinary third-level martial ancestor. Although Lin Ling's techniques were endless, they were only effective against a 6th grade ultimate desolate body. Although the difference between a 6th grade and a 7th grade seemed to be one word, it could be the difference between heaven and earth. Who will win this battle? Some colleges even opened a bet. Nonsense, it's definitely Zhou Jun. He is ranked 5th in the E-Garden. How can his reputation be undeserved? However, Lin Ling also looked like he was about to lose, but he swept all the experts on the Zhun martial stage. Don't fool me. Don't try to trick me. No matter what you say, I'm definitely betting on Lin Ling to lose. Yes. The 8 trigrams martial stage gradually became lively. And at this moment, on the Qian martial stage, the referee's voice finally sounded. This was also the first battle of the 8 seeded contestants on the martial stages. However, the contestants were not weak. One was a madman who swept the martial stage, and the other was Zhou Jun of the E-Garden. Who was stronger and who was weaker would be decided at this moment. The black sword and the white sword clashed, and at this moment, the truth was revealed. Break for me! Break! The martial stage suddenly became heavy rain. Zhou Jun seemed to have disappeared in the rain. The white sword was dazzling, reflecting countless rays of light with the help of the rain. It was extremely dazzling. He used his full strength right from the start, and his speed reached the speed of 900 worlds. This speed was indeed extraordinary. If Lin Ling did not use his innate talent, fusion, he would only be on par with him. Moreover, he didn't give Lin Ling any chance of survival. Obviously, he wanted to kill Lin Ling. The reason for this was because he knew that Princess Tian wanted Lin Ling dead. Since that was the case, he would clean up the house for Princess Tian. In this way, he would also be able to gain the favor of Princess Tian, and their reign country would be able to marry Miao Shan's true disciple. Walala! The power of that sword was extremely terrifying. Not only was it rich in world essence, it also contained the power of innate talent and 60% of ancestral power. His innate talent was Rain Country's Great Lake physique, which increased his power by almost 1-fold. What a terrifying sword! It's like a violent storm, and also like a hazy wind barrier. I can't take it! I can't take it! Exclamation point. The elites around the martial stage exclaimed in shock. They discovered that if it were them, they would not be able to take it at all. As for the other seeded contestants, apart from Duan Wuhan, everyone's expression was grave. They also felt a huge pressure from this sword. Looking at Lin Ling again, he also narrowed his eyes. This Zhou Jun did indeed have some ability. At present, if Lin Ling used innate talent fusion, he could easily defeat Zhou Jun. After all, in terms of innate talent, world essence, and ancestral power, Lin Ling was not weaker than the other party. In fact, he was even slightly stronger. However, a trump card like innate talent fusion was left for Duan Wuhan. So in an instant, Lin Ling had already made a decision. He planned to use the ancestral power of the tyrannical Song Sword to resist. The ancestral power of the tyrannical Song Sword had been completely activated by Steel Emperor God. However, Lin Ling could only use 60% of it. But now that Lin Ling had broken through, perhaps the tyrannical Song Sword would have a chance to activate again. That brat, is he going to be killed? Chapter 3730. A self-harming battle. In their opinion, Lin Ling was too arrogant, and it was rare for Snow Wind Academy to encounter such a seedling, so they wanted to kill him in the cradle. Because a true genius could only appear in a garden. In fact, the deans of the other academies also narrowed their eyes and sneered. There were even more excited teachers who stood up and smiled contemptuously. When a martial artist attacks, sometimes they can't hold back. If they die, they can't blame anyone. However, what surprised everyone was that facing Zhou Jun's sword, Lin Ling did not do anything. Instead, he stabbed out with his sword, showing off his ability. Moreover, this sword was not aimed at Zhou Jun's sword, but at Zhou Jun. This was also a tactic of mutual destruction. It was the true core of a swordsman. A sword for a life. Are you courting death? Zhou Jun was stunned, and then his lips curled into a disdainful smile. A sword for a life? Could it be that this Lin Ling thought that his talent was higher than his? Could it be that this Lin Ling thought that his Jie Yuan was thicker than his? Could it be that this Lin Ling thought that his sword was sharper than his? This Lin Ling was simply kicked in the head by a donkey. Being pierced by a sword, blood splattering, this should be very satisfying. I have to say, you're really an idiot. Zhou Jun could not help but laugh sarcastically. This sentence was obviously to tell Princess Tian that the Lin Ling she thought was invincible was actually like this. Even a little like an idiot. Of course, it was not only him who thought this, even the surrounding people thought so. An initial stage martial ancestor withstanding the sword of a late stage martial ancestor who had a 7th grade talent. If this was not an idiot, what was? It was undeniable that Lin Ling's strength was indeed powerful, but being able to fight did not mean that he could withstand a sword. In the hearts of the teachers, if they were to divide the experts in today's competition, Duan Wuhin and Zhou Jun would be the first level, and Lin Ling would only be the second level, comparable to the other seeded contestants. He might even be the third level. As for Zhou Jun, of course he did not choose to defend. Firstly, his talent was powerful. It increased his attack, speed, defense, and so on. It was an all-round improvement. Secondly, Lin Ling wasn't afraid of his sword. So how could he be afraid of Lin Ling's sword? In his opinion, Lin Ling was only slightly stronger than Kagura. That little bit of power posed no threat to him at all. Princess Tian, do you see this? This is a battle between swordsmen. A battle of swords is also a battle of life. Zhou Jun even secretly glanced at Princess Tian with a proud smile on his face. One black and one white, from far to near, as if they represented the path of justice and the path of evil, crazily intertwining. This confrontation between swordsmen was like a battle of self-destruction. The two swords crossed each other in parallel. In the next moment, blood spurted out like a fountain and unbridled sprinkled on the martial stage. Someone had been hit by the sword. Countless gazes immediately locked onto the martial stage. With just a glance, everyone was stunned. Zhou Jun's sword pierced Lin Ling's chest, but no blood flowed out. Instead, it was as if it had stabbed into a black hole. No, it should be as if it had stabbed into a sludge, and its power was weakening. Looking at Zhou Jun again, although the raindrops were constantly healing him, his chest had been pierced by the greatsword. Blood gushed out like it was free of charge. It turned out that the blood was his. That's my blood. Even Zhou Jun was in disbelief. However, the sharp pain in his chest made him realize that the blood was indeed his. You're the idiot, Lin Ling said sarcastically. His figure suddenly retreated, and at the same time, he pulled out tyrannical song. Pucci. More blood gushed out from Zhou Jun's chest, turning the originally elegant Zhou Jun into a bloody man. Of course, compared to the pain in his chest, Zhou Jun's heart was even more painful. He had come in the limelight because his father had entrusted him with the task of winning Princess Tian's heart. However, before he could act tough, he had been killed. Moreover, he was confused. With his talent, Lin Ling should not have been able to hurt him, and he should have been able to kill Lin Ling. He did not know that Lin Ling had activated 60% of the tyrannical song's ancestral power. Although he appeared to be a third-level martial ancestor, he had actually merged his 6 stanchions. In fact, if he had not chosen to hurt himself, although Lin Ling's sword was powerful, he might not have been able to kill him so quickly. However, he had chosen to hurt himself by fighting Lin Ling. Did he really think that Lin Ling's sword was made of paper? As for Zhou Jun's sword, it would not harm Lin Ling's powerful, godly demon body in the short term. Especially after the realm-devouring beast talent had increased, its immortality had become even more prominent. In fact, after Lin Ling floated back, the mud on his chest had indeed recovered in an instant. Zhou Jun glanced at him and was so angry that his nose was crooked. He could not care less and immediately moved his left hand. His fingers pointed at his chest between his eyebrows, dantian, and throat. A mysterious rune appeared on his body, but even more blood gushed out at the same time. The only change was that his aura had increased. Secret technique. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He immediately knew that this guy had used a mysterious technique to forcibly increase his strength. That's right, Rain Country's heaven worship technique. At this moment, Zhou Jun let out a low voice. The entire martial platform was no longer hazy like before, but was filled with heavy rain. At this moment, Zhou Jun also moved and disappeared from the world. Heaven worship sword. A cold shout was heard, and sword light flashed, shocking the 8 trigrams martial platform. 80% ancestral power. Some experts sucked in a breath of cold air. They realized that all the rainwater in the universe was condensing toward the sword. The rain in the universe was not from the same realm. From this, it could be seen how terrifying that sword was. This time, how could Lin Ling receive it? He would definitely be cut in half. However, to Lin Ling, he indeed did not dare to receive it easily. But why should he receive it? At this moment, Lin Ling was standing still in the heavy rain, sensing the rain from all over the universe. Wind and rain myriad realms technique. He suddenly thought of this speed movement technique. Where did the rain come from? From the myriad realms, from the void. All this time, Lin Ling had been comprehending the wind and rain of the myriad realms, but this time, he finally touched the wind and rain of the void. The void was obviously larger than the myriad realms and more ancient. The myriad realms would collapse, but the void would never be destroyed. And what made Lin Ling's eyes flash was precisely Rain Country's heaven worship technique. Xiao. When Zhou Jun's sword was 1 meter away from Lin Ling instantly disappeared from where he was, the speed of 1,200 realms exploding out. What kind of concept was this? It meant that Lin Ling did not have the fusion innate talent, but his speed was already comparable to the speed after fusion. If he used the fusion innate talent, he could increase it by another 300 realms. The wind and rain myriad realms technique was also cultivated to the highest level by Lin Ling. This point, even treasure god Nan Wufingyu probably did not expect. Zhou Jun swung his sword, wanting to see the most exciting scene, but at the crucial moment, an afterimage appeared in front of him. Then, Lin Ling disappeared. Chapter 37-31. The famous Duan Wuhan. And that speed was something he couldn't see through. This also made him dumbfounded. Rain Country's sacrificial art was a self-harming secret technique. He thought that once this technique was used, Lin Ling would definitely be cut in half. In the end, Lin Ling suddenly disappeared. This blow to him could only be described with 2 words: fuck. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Zhou Jun's mouth again. It was unknown whether it was because of anger or because of the secret technique's aftereffects. At the same time, a sword slashed from behind him, as if it came from the era of gods. Demonic chi surged and rushed into the 9 heavens. The headless old man quietly appeared and slashed out with his sword. At this moment, the sword demon that seemed to come from the era of gods seemed to have completely overlapped with Lin Ling. 70% ancestral power. Shua. Blood spurted out again. Then, with a clang, an arm holding a large white sword fell heavily on the martial stage. It was Zhou Jun's arm. In the battle between the black and white swords, the white sword was defeated. In the heavy rain, Zhou Jun looked at the man walking over in a daze, his heart cramping with pain. Didn't you want to fight me? Now that the chance is here, why don't you make your move? Pooh! Lin Ling pointed his sword at Zhou Jun and walked over step by step, his long hair dancing wildly. Zhou Jun subconsciously took a step back. Didn't you want to fight for Princess Tian? Now that the chance is here, why don't you kill me? Pooh! Lin Ling's steps still didn't stop. You're so stupid to believe a woman like Princess Tian. Have you never seen a woman before? Pooh! Killing intent spread out from Lin Ling's body. Previously, Zhou Jun wanted to kill him to win Princess Tian's favor, and Lin Ling would never show mercy to people who wanted to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, Zhou Jun was Princess Tian's subordinate. and Princess Tian was Lin Ling's enemy. Put on. Zhou Ju knelt down, completely frightened. The people of Garden were all speechless. The fifth strongest of Garden was actually scared and kneeled by his sword. This was Garden's humiliation. This was also Garden's joke. Trash. On the other side of the martial platform, Princess Tin coldly snorted, her heart incomparably disappointed. I admit it. Zhou Jun's right arm had been chopped off. At that moment, he immediately raised his left arm and was about to shout that he admitted defeat. Whoosh! However, Lin Ling's gaze was resolute as he slashed down with his sword. Previously, Zhou Jun had wanted to cut him in half, so Lin Ling would cut him in half. Boom! Zhou Jun didn't even have the chance to yell out the word lose when his sword arrived. Blood spurted out, and the Prince of Rain Country was forcibly sliced into two halves. It was still raining heavily on the martial stage, but the ground was covered in blood. The man who was still standing in the rain was like a god of death. How dare you? But soon an old man roared. It was Garden's vice principal. An incomparably terrifying power also appeared in his body. It seemed to be the power of a god. Lin Ling actually killed Zhou Jun right in front of their eyes. Moreover, this battle should have been their Garden's pride, but that madman Lin Ling had once again slapped their faces. The vice principal stood up and shouted angrily, "It was only a spar, but you killed someone else." This is also the first person to die in the 8 martial platforms. In my opinion, this kind of person should be crippled of his cultivation and locked up in Garden, never to be released. And we, Garden, have shown him mercy and spared his life on account of how difficult it was for him to cultivate. Show mercy? Then cripple his cultivation and lock him up in Garden forever? How is that different from killing him? Even being killed would be a bit more pleasant. At least he wouldn't have to suffer such torment. Lin Ling instantly sneered. In a spar of martial arts, it's inevitable that there will be deaths. This is something that everyone knows. And your Garden is using this as a pretext to make a fuss? Are your old eyes failing you? Also, he didn't admit defeat, and I didn't hear him admit defeat. Naturally, I went all out. If I killed him, he can only blame himself for overestimating himself. Taking a step back, even if I really killed him, but when he wanted to take my life, why didn't your Garden run out and say to show mercy? Why didn't you cripple Zhou Jun? Lin Ling's voice was louder and louder, shaking Garden. Everyone's heart exploded. They never thought that Lin Ling would be so arrogant, daring to confront the vice principal of Garden. You're courting death. The vice principal was tall, dark, and short. At this moment, his hair stood on end and his body was filled with murderous intent. He wanted to kill Lin Ling. Big black fool, you dare. However, how could the Snow Wind Academy's principal let him do as he wished? He also roared, "You!" towards the Snow Wind Academy's principal. The short old man was clearly afraid. If you dare to touch him, don't blame me for being impolite. The principal didn't say much, only one sentence, but he was openly protecting his calf. In this battle, Lin Ling didn't violate any rules. At this moment, the referee, who had been silent all this time, also opened his mouth. His words undoubtedly caused a lot of curses to come out of Garden. All right, let the competition continue. However, there was someone who stopped them. The principal of the Garden indifferently said a sentence. This sentence seemed to carry an unparalleled majesty, causing everyone to shut their mouths. The Garden's principal looked deeply at Lin Ling, and there was a hint of murderous intent in the depths of his eyes. However, he also looked at Duan Wuhan. Only Duan Wuhan was left. He had a feeling that Duan Wuhan definitely wanted to kill Lin Ling, so he would let Duan Wuhan solve all of this. Seeing that you've worked so hard, I'll fight with you. At this moment, Duan Wuhan finally walked out with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. In fact, he had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. The shame of the starry sky forest, the disgrace of the ethereal tower, and so on were unforgettable for him. Even in his dreams, he would occasionally think about it. Therefore, he had always wanted to wash away this shame with his own hands and kill Lin Ling. But today, all his dreams would come true. He wanted to defeat Lin Ling, defeat him fair and square, and wash away that shame. Then, the city lord of East City would come, and Lin Ling's death would come. Ha ha ha! Thinking of this, Duan Wuhan couldn't help but laugh out loud. This laugh also released half of the depression that had been suppressed over these years. When people heard his laughter, they naturally thought that it was a confident smile. Even Zhou Jun admitted that he was not Duan Wuhan's opponent. It is said that Duan Wuhan has awakened the first bloodline of the Duan family, the Heavenly Fate Wheel. He can defy the heavens and change fate and forcefully reverse the universe. Right now, his talent has probably reached the 8th grade. 8th grade, terrifying. With his strength, I'm afraid he can enter the top 300 on the divine list. Yes, the top 300 on the divine list have all spent thousands of years to build their reputation, and it has not been shaken for thousands of years. Duan Wuhan rushed into the top 300 as soon as he came out. In the end, I'm afraid the world will be shaken by him. Many people were looking forward to this battle. Lin Ling, the previous battle between him and Zhou Jun seemed to be a narrow victory. With his previous strength, he is definitely not Duan Wuhan's opponent. Someone sneered. Chapter 37-32. The first clash of upheavals. Another person opened his mouth, but he still sighed and said, "Of course, Duan Wuhan's terrifying 8th grade ultimate desolate body is still terrifying. I really envy him for being able to stimulate the Duan family's bloodline. This is because for an ordinary expert to achieve an 8th grade ultimate desolate body, it is harder than ascending to the heavens. Late-stage martial ancestor realm. In fact, many people had this cultivation level, but an 8th grade ultimate desolate body was rare. Of course, there were a small number of people who did not believe that Duan Wuhan had an 8th grade ultimate desolate body. They thought it was just a rumor. And at this moment, Lin Ling was still floating in the sky, watching Duan Wuhan walk out step by step. Lin Ling, an old acquaintance. Don't you feel excited to see me again? Duan Wuhan finally stopped and said with his hands behind his back. Although he tried his best to appear calm, in fact, he was much more excited than Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I know that the escape of Yang Yao and the rest definitely has something to do with you. However, let's not talk about this for now. I just want to ask you, in front of me, an 8th grade ultimate desolate body expert, shouldn't you kneel down and admit defeat? Duan Wuhan asked again. When his words fell, the entire audience was in an uproar. Although it was rumored that Duan Wuhan's strength had greatly increased and he had stimulated an 8th grade ultimate desolate body, this was ultimately just a rumor. And now, Duan Wuhan had finally admitted it himself. Duan Wuhan enjoyed the awe-inspiring gazes from all around. He had come for this moment. He opened his arms and embraced the heavens, as if he had already stepped into the ranks of the world's top. In fact, this day should have come long ago. Back at the God's Tower, that should have been his glorious moment. Unfortunately, he was interrupted by Lin Ling at that time. Thinking of this, he looked at Lin Ling ferociously. He wanted to see Lin Ling's surprised look. Is that so? However, Lin Ling's reaction was very calm. This was because his soul force was powerful, so he had already sensed it. A gentle sentence, as if he would not be alarmed even if the sky collapsed, immediately made Duan Wuhan feel uncomfortable. He laughed loudly. Could it be that you think you can still contend with me? Or do you think that with your mediocre skills, you can compete with me? His voice was filled with endless ridicule. Everyone laughed as well. They were laughing at Lin Ling for overestimating himself. Really? However, Lin Ling still said the same thing. His expression did not change at all. Then I will give you a chance. Use your fate wheel. Let me see how powerful you are as a grade 8 talent. Otherwise what? Duan Wuhan couldn't help but shout. Lin Ling still had that kind of calm expression, which made him even more displeased. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to use it. Lin Ling said word by word. Ha ha ha. Just as he finished speaking, the 8 trigrams martial platform also burst into laughter. Lin Ling actually dared to say such words in front of an 8th grade ultimate desolate body. He was arrogant to the end, but his arrogance was boundless. Even if Lin Ling was a late-stage martial progenitor, or even a peak martial progenitor, he would not have the right to say that, let alone a mere early-stage martial progenitor. Unless Lin Ling possessed an ultimate desolate body that surpassed the 8th grade, then he might have the right. However, compared with the laughter of the crowd, Duan Wuhan's face was gloomy. It was so gloomy that it could drip water. Because today was his moment of pride. He wanted to be famous. He wanted to shine brilliantly, but the first opponent he encountered repeatedly spoke to him with disdain. He was angry. This was a kind of monstrous rage of a superior who was looked down upon by an ignorant ant. I'll ask you again. Were you joking before? He shouted angrily. I, Lin Ling, never joke. Lin Ling nodded. Boom! Everyone's heart exploded because they finally saw that Duan Wuhan was completely enraged. And the result was that Lin Ling would definitely die miserably. Begin. Sure enough, Duan Wuhan's voice became cold, so cold that it penetrated one's heart. Behind him, a terrifying fate wheel appeared, rolling and rotating. It seemed to defy the heavens and change fate, as if it had absorbed the lives of countless people. And at this moment, Lin Ling finally moved. Smoke filled the air, and his body became pitch black. Dual dragon talent fusion, evil ghost talent fusion, and ferocious beast talent fusion. Monster. This was a monster that combined the dragon god bloodline, ferocious beast bloodline, and ghostly bloodline. The rolling smoke was like a tide, and within it, a black figure swept out. Its speed had reached 1,400 world speed. One punch collapsing the void. 6 Danshan's power. 11,000 worlds power. In addition, all the characteristics of the major talents had gathered and completely fused. And Duan Wuhan's aura had changed. It was sacred and ancient. Sensing Lin Ling's attack, he smiled disdainfully. His eyebrows moved and the fate will floated out, resisting Lin Ling's punch. Rumble. A terrifying sound wave burst out. What shocked Duan Wuhan was that his fate will was pushed away by Lin Ling. Lin Ling resisted the fate wheel with just his right fist. This made his pupils almost pop out. He said in disbelief, How is this possible? He actually blocked my attack? No, it's one hand. However, Lin Ling's cold voice also floated over. The other dragon claw suddenly clenched and a punch blasted out. This punch punched out the wind, the forest, the volcano, the sun, the moon, and the stars. It could easily break through 10,000 worlds. It fell on Duan Wuhan's body, making his face twist. He finally realized how terrifying Lin Ling's strength was. The next moment, he smashed to the ground like a cannonball, smashing the 8 trigrams martial platform. The huge martial platform was rolling in the sky like straw at this moment. The whole audience was shocked. No, it should be the whole city was shocked. No one thought that the first confrontation would be so fierce. Was Lin Ling swept away, or was it Duan Wuhan? Of course, people thought that it was Lin Ling. Then, the smoke in the sky dispersed, and the first thing people saw was a handsome monster. It was handsome because this person's facial features were as sharp as a knife, but his skin was pitch black, and his limbs were like dragons. Behind him, there were countless tentacles that danced like dazzling wings. It was very evil, giving people a kind of demonic beauty. And this was clearly not Duan Wuhan. That's Lin Ling heavens. He still has some tricks up his sleeve. Everyone was shocked. When they looked at the ground again, they were immediately shocked. On the ground, rubble stood in great numbers. They saw a figure buried in the rubble. Only his lower body was exposed. No, it should be said that his bare buttocks were exposed, but his head was buried in the rubble. And this person should be Duan Wuhan. However, Duan Wuhan, who should have been able to sweep away thousands of troops, had ended up in such a state in their first confrontation. He had been sent flying, and even his pants had been knocked off. Bare buttocks? East City suddenly became silent. It was so silent that only the sound of the wind could be heard. People felt that the wind was extremely ear-piercing. It was like a slap that landed heavily on their faces. An 8th grade ultimate desolate body, a supreme existence, had been beaten until his buttocks were exposed. He was sprawled on the rubble like a stray dog. This was a dream. Following that, everyone's throat was sucking in cold air. This guy. Chapter 37-33. The fate wheel is mine. The heavens are mine. With these words, people's hearts began to beat violently again. Finally, all the shock and horror turned into one word: freak. To be able to crush Duan Wuhan in a single exchange, that kid probably has an ultimate desolate body that surpasses an 8th grade. Impossible. If it was an 8th grade ultimate desolate body, we would have detected it long ago. I guess he must have used some secret technique. I think so too. The deans of E-Garden were discussing. Lin Ling did not seem to hear the surrounding shock. Instead, he stared at the ground with a mocking look. Rumble. On the ground, Duan Wuhan gradually got up. His face was ferocious and crazy. He had even lost his mind. Today was the day he became famous. In the end, he was beaten down in one move. The day he became famous had once again become a day of disgrace. And this was the second time, and the culprit was still Lin Ling. Damn it! He could not help but let out an angry roar. The anger in his heart could no longer be contained. Disgrace. This was an unforgivable disgrace. However, Lin Ling was very calm. Put on your pants first, then we'll talk, he said calmly. Duan Wuhan was stunned. He looked down and became even angrier. No wonder he felt a chill in his legs. His pants had fallen off. That despicable guy had knocked his pants off. He was deliberately humiliating him. Go to hell, Lin Ling. Duan Wuhan hurriedly put on his pants. His eyes were red and a fierce killing intent erupted. Heaven's fate wheel, he roared. Around his body, terrifying fate wheels appeared. This was the Duan family's famous move, and upon closer inspection, there were hundreds of them. They were like life wheels that shot towards Lin Ling. He wanted to kill Lin Ling in one move. He wanted to tear Lin Ling into pieces. Petty tricks. Lin Ling's current talent had reached the 13th grade. The effect of those fate wheels was negligible. Bang, bang, bang. The tentacles behind Lin Ling were dancing. He dashed forward like a dazzling flower. He waved his dragon claw, and all the fate wheels were shattered. He arrived in front of Duan Wuhan in an instant, and a storm-like attack smashed out. Bang, bang, bang. Duan Wuhan, on the other hand, was like a human sandbag. He was beaten until he constantly vomited blood. Finally, he was smashed back to the ground again. But this time his luck was good. His buttocks were not exposed, but his whole body was buried underground. And E-City, once again, fell silent. If at the beginning, Lin Ling's sneak attack was successful due to the element of surprise, then could this still be considered a sneak attack? The wind suddenly became stronger. The wind blew until everyone felt a little dizzy. Perhaps they felt that everything was too unreal. They even felt that the sun in the sky was a little dazzling, so dazzling that they couldn't look at it anymore, because everything was completely different from what they had imagined. Boom! Duan Wuhan rushed out again, but this time he was in a sorry state. His hair was messy, and he was covered in blood. He gritted his teeth and looked like a beggar. As for Lin Ling, he looked at Duan Wuhan indifferently. He sighed in his heart. Based on his previous violent attacks, even a half-saint martial god would be seriously injured, let alone a martial ancestor. Even martial ancestor would have been beaten to death, but Duan Wuhan was still able to stand up. This showed how powerful an 8th grade ultimate desolate body was. It was born with the power of the great Tao of the universe. It was like an immortal body. Duan Wuhan was indeed the #1 genius of the Duan family. He lived up to his reputation. Lin Ling, I didn't expect your strength to improve so much over the years. At this moment, Duan Wuhan bellowed ferociously. Until now, he had to admit that Lin Ling was really powerful, but he was also very jealous, because he thought that only his strength had improved, and others could not compare to him. He did not expect Lin Ling to be several times more powerful than him. In the ethereal tower, Lin Ling had surpassed him. Now, Lin Ling had surpassed him again. He was not convinced. He was not convinced at all. My strength can only be said to have improved so much. But your strength has not improved at all over the years. Lin Ling suddenly replied. Anger. This sentence was like pouring salt on the wound. Duan Wuhan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. As for the powerhouses of the major academies, they seemed to have been humiliated. Because with Duan Wuhan's strength, Lin Ling actually said that there was no improvement. This made them, who could not compare to Duan Wuhan, feel embarrassed. Cut the crap. It's not over yet. Duan Wuhan roared to the sky and released all the strength in his body. The Duan family's bloodline was once again stimulated. A confidence of dominating the universe appeared in his heart. The fate wheel is mine. The heavens are mine. Duan Wuhan suddenly shouted. Then, he saw a punch appear behind Lin Ling without any warning. Bang! This punch also hit Lin Ling. It was powerful and fast. Next, another punch appeared on Lin Ling's left and then on his right. These attacks came without any warning. It was as if he controlled the void and could attack at will. And Lin Ling was in the middle of countless attacks. The Duan family's bloodline. Some powerhouses gasped. This kind of means was too terrible. It could kill people from a world away. Because it could appear without any warning, coupled with the strong strength. How could Lin Ling resist? Even a half-step martial god would be helpless in the face of such means. Haha, Lin Ling, you're crazy, you're laughing, you're proud. Duan Wuhan continued to control that means and roared to the sky. And this was his trump card. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the sky was full of chaotic punches. Lin Ling could not be seen at all. Lin Ling seemed to be sealed in a space and suffered endless attacks. This also made the people of Snow Wind Academy worried. However, Yu Yu and the others still looked calm. They believed that Lin Ling was not that simple. This kind of destructive attack lasted for a full incense stick's time and finally gradually weakened. On the ground, Duan Wuhan was breathing heavily. Using this means consumed a lot of his realm essence and energy. However, he also looked up and smiled. Lin Ling, now you know how powerful I am. Bang, bang, bang. The sky suddenly exploded and cracks appeared in the void. A demonic man stood there quietly and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. But other than that, he was unharmed. What? That kind of violent attack could kill a half-step martial god. How could he be unharmed? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Lin Ling's defense was too terrifying. Not bad at all. You've actually sealed my entire space. At this moment, Lin Ling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and tasted it. It's a pity that the power of the attack is too weak. This sentence directly destroyed all of Duan Wuhan's confidence. Even his pupils were at a loss. His trump card only made Lin Ling bleed a little. When did the gap between him and Lin Ling become so big? However, you're still too weak to play with seals. I'll show you what a seal is. At this moment, Lin Ling said coldly. The divine steps appeared. Chapter 37-34. The embarrassed Duan Wuhan. His soul force locked onto Duan Wuhan, and Duan Wuhan felt a wonderful power surging. When he reacted, he immediately appeared in a beautiful new world. He was dumbfounded. What the fuck? What is this? The most important thing was that all his talents and boundary essence had been sealed. This made his whole body tremble, and his face was incomparably pale. Without such a proud thing, how could he fight? On the contrary, Lin Ling suddenly appeared in front of him, waved his fist, and said, "Next, it's my turn." "Wait, Lin Ling, wait, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Surrender." Duan Wuhan knew that things were not good, but he was worthy of being flexible and suddenly shouted crazily. However, this in exchange for Lin Ling's killing intent. Duan Wuhan seemed to admit defeat in disgrace. But in fact, such people were the most difficult to deal with. Go to hell. Go. Lin Ling crazily rushed over and violently attacked. His fists smashed on Duan Wuhan like a storm. Bang, bang, bang. Several punches knocked out Duan Wuhan's teeth. Bang, bang, bang. Several punches broke Duan Wuhan's nose. Bang, bang, bang. Duan Wuhan was beaten into a panda's eye. Bang, bang, bang. His bones were violently shattered by Lin Ling. His clothes were naturally torn to shreds. This could be called a brutal, one-sided crushing. Lin Ling, you think I don't know that young Demon Master and the others were framed by you? Unfortunately, you are not qualified to play with me. Lin Ling, go! Lin Ling became fiercer and fiercer. Not only did he cripple Duan Wuhan, but he also broke all his self-confidence. Rumble. However, at this moment, a powerful force hit the divine steps. Obviously, a strong person had made a move. At this moment, everyone outside was shocked, including the Dean of Egarden, because Lin Ling had used some unknown method to make Duan Wuhan disappear as if he was sealed in a void. However, if it was a void, they would definitely be able to detect it. However, they did not detect anything. It seemed like a sealing method, but it was not. It seemed like an illusion, but it was not. Even the power of a god was useless against that kind of power. This was clearly a power that they had never encountered before. However, the City Lord of East City arrived with a large number of experts. After seeing Lin Ling disappear and the strange energy fluctuation, the City Lord of East City also took action because he was afraid that Lin Ling would escape. His strength was really not weak. A giant ruler appeared in his hand, and he slammed it down heavily, immediately causing Lin Ling's divine stairs to tremble. However, the stair of wisdom didn't collapse. It only accelerated the consumption of Lin Ling's soul force. Therefore, Lin Ling could only put away the stair of wisdom. What appeared before everyone's eyes was a tragic scene. Duan Wuhan was completely naked and had been beaten into a pile of mush. Was this the #1 genius of the Duan clan? Was this the same Duan Wuhan who was about to take his first step into glory? He had died before he had even achieved victory. Moreover, this was the second time. Let him go. At this time, someone let out an angry roar. Only then did people see that in the sky, even the martial artist of the Duan clan had come. It was the Duan lineage martial god. Obviously, Duan Wuhan was the most promising person to surpass the Duan lineage martial god. The Duan clan would definitely pay attention to his safety at all times. Therefore, when Lin Ling injured Duan Wuhan for the first time, the Duan lineage martial god had taken action. Of course, the Duan lineage martial god was also full of doubts. He thought that the ones who attacked Duan Wuhan were some old monsters. However, after coming, he discovered that his mother was Lin Ling. Could it be that this Lin Ling was his nemesis? As the Duan lineage martial god spoke, he also grabbed Lin Ling with his big hand. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He wanted to take this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. Duan lineage martial god. This person is someone that our East City wants. Therefore, it's best if you don't interfere. However, the City Lord of East City stopped him. The Duan lineage martial god's eyes flashed, and he also stopped because he seemed to have guessed something. It seemed that the City Lord of East City came for Lin Ling. Lin Ling might die in the hands of the City Lord of East City. Therefore, he was happy not to make a move. Of course, after seeing Duan Wuhan being beaten like a dog, he still felt a burst of pain in his heart. Back to you. Lin Ling looked at the sky, full of powerhouses appearing. He knew that he could not kill Duan Wuhan today. However, from the beginning, he did not intend to kill Duan Wuhan because he knew that it was impossible. If he killed him, the Duan clan would go all out on the spot, and it was not worth it. The Duan lineage martial god immediately took Duan Wuhan and then began to treat Duan Wuhan. Because the situation was urgent, he could not care so much. He just treated Duan Wuhan naked. Wow, Duan Wuhan is not wearing clothes again. He was naked before, but this time he is naked. Look at him. He has no teeth. His nose seems to be crooked. This is nothing. The main thing is that he has panda eyes. That Lin Ling is really ruthless. Alas, the #1 genius of the Duan clan. I thought he should be very proud, but it's hard to say in a few words. I can only say that he is miserable. In a silent e-garden, a large number of whispers suddenly sounded. This also made many people look at Duan Wuhan. As a result, it was better not to look. When they looked, they all secretly laughed. His place is so small. There was even a burly man who said proudly, in terms of strength and potential, he was not comparable to Duan Wuhan, but in terms of that place, he still greatly surpassed him. This gave him a sense of superiority. I'm so angry. The Duan lineage martial god naturally heard the voices around him and quickly took out clothes to cover the disgraced Duan Wuhan. He knew that the Duan clan had lost all face today. Old ancestor, I'm scared. However, at this time, Duan Wuhan opened his eyes and spoke with difficulty. Shut up. The Duan lineage martial god was so angry that he almost exploded. A dignified successor of the Duan clan actually said that he was scared. Did he not feel ashamed enough? Obviously, at this moment, Duan Wuhan had been beaten up by Lin Ling until he had lost his mind. Wuhan, wake up! The Duan lineage martial god shouted again. A mysterious force also poured into Duan Wuhan's mind, causing his eyes to gradually sober up. Remember, if you want to become a martial god, you must experience countless ups and downs. You have only encountered the first regular script in your life. You have to step over it. Only then will you be calm and peaceful, and you will have a meteoric rise. The Duan lineage martial god also encouraged Duan Wuhan. Duan Wuhan's gaze became sharper and sharper. Finally, he was completely awake. A strong sense of self-confidence pervaded his body. However, after waking up, what greeted him was endless humiliation. First of all, Lin Ling also said to himself, what first regular script in your life? After the defeat in the Divine Tower last time, that was already the first regular script. These words stunned Duan Wuhan. He was so angry that his nose was crooked. I am my nose. However, he also quickly noticed that his nose seemed to be broken. My teeth. Wait, I'm not wearing clothes. After realizing everything about his body, the extinguished anger in Duan Wuhan's heart immediately erupted like a volcano, and it was even more vigorous than before. Chapter 37-35. 3 Sins Execution. Just as Duan Wuhan was about to rise to the heavens, he was trampled down, even into the latrine, causing his infamy to spread far and wide. Lin Ling, don't you think you owe me an explanation for robbing the execution ground? But this time, City's Castellan also spoke. Robbing the execution ground? Everyone was shocked. Of course they knew about this matter, but they never thought that the culprit was Lin Ling. And in the final world, robbing the execution ground is not a small matter, as the Castellan has the power to kill. If all of this is true, then Lin Ling is going to die. In just a short moment, many people secretly laughed, looking forward to the moment when Lin Ling is beheaded, especially the people of Egarden. They're looking forward to it the most, because Lin Ling has already made himself the host today, causing their Egarden to lose a lot of dignity. Castellan, this must be a misunderstanding. Wind Snow Academy's principal and the others' faces changed greatly. Then the principal immediately spoke. This is not a small matter, Castellan. Don't slander others. Don't think that just because we're the last ranked academy, we are easy to bully. Principal Liu also spoke up for Lin Ling. Don't worry, I have always been a reasonable person. Since I dare to come here, I naturally have witnesses and material evidence. City's Castellan said indifferently. Seeing this, the principal and the others were even more worried. They have naturally heard of City's Castellan. This person is a righteous person. He won't do petty things. Therefore, since he appeared, there's an 80% chance that Lin Ling really did rob the execution ground. Lin Ling is the 4th leader of the God-Slaying Alliance. The people who were beheaded were Yang Yao and Mo Jinzi. They are also the leaders of the God-Slaying Alliance, so Lin Ling definitely has the motive to save them. City's Castellan said again. Hearing this, the principal and the others' hearts exploded as they looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling's face was still calm, like an ancient well without ripples. Haha, Castellan, let me say it. At this time, Duan Wuhan had also recovered 10% of his injuries and could already walk. It had to be said that this person was indeed despicable. Just a moment ago, He had been disgraced like a stray dog. Now that he saw that Lin Ling was about to face a disaster, he immediately became complacent. Lin Ling, I've already said that my evaluation of you is lower. Duan Wuhan clasped his hand behind his back and faintly said, I originally thought that you were more powerful, but in the end, you're still the heavenly net. Perhaps you're still confused. Then let me tell you what kind of heinous crime you've committed. Duan Wuhan thought of himself as East City Lord, which made East City Lord somewhat unhappy. However, since the Duan lineage martial god was present, he didn't say anything. Young Master Yao and Prince Mo Jin are both cruel and cold-blooded. They slaughtered everyone in Duke Lu's mansion, which angered both man and god. They were beheaded, but you went to save them. It seems that you had something to do with the massacre of Duke Lu's mansion. Duan Wuhan first put a big hat on Lin Ling and wanted to kill Lin Ling. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and didn't speak. Let this guy be proud first. However, the dean was dissatisfied. You said that Lin Ling and the others went to kill Duke Lu's mansion. As far as I know, the strength of Duke Lu's mansion in East City is not weak. Can Lin Ling and the others do it? The dean still wants to whitewash them. Unfortunately, let me tell you, Lin Ling has a bodyguard who can even defeat a half-step martial god. Duan Wuhan showed, and I know everything expression and said, Lin Ling, do you dare to admit it? So what if I do? So what if I don't? Lin Ling didn't admit it, nor did he deny it. You don't have to deny it. The net of heaven grinds slowly but surely. You are so cruel and ruthless, killing loyal people. God only has eyes. You can't escape this crime. Duan Wuhan sneered. Next, I will convict Lin Ling. First, he openly robbed the execution ground, despised the rules of East City, and provoked the laws of the gods. This is a great disrespect. Moreover, when he robbed the execution ground, he killed Du Qiu and the others. This is openly killing people in East City. He must be killed. Second, this person saved the murderous young demon master and Mo Jin Tianzi. This is also the same crime as them. For this crime alone, he can be killed a second time. Third, he and young demon master destroyed the entire Lu family. His methods were ruthless. From the old to the young, no one was left alive. For this crime alone, he can be killed a third time. Lordy, am I right? At the end, Duan Wuhan looked at the Lord of East City and said, The Lord of East City's eyes suddenly flashed. He didn't expect Duan Wuhan to be so clear about this matter, but he also nodded. What you said is what I thought. Wow. Lin Ling is dead for sure. Serves him right. But Lin Ling destroyed Duke Lu's residence. It's really ferocious. It's a pity. This Lin Ling's strength and potential are so strong, but he made such a big mistake. If it's not a pity, then what is it? On the contrary, Duan Wuhan is very disgusting. I thought he was some kind of master, but it turns out that he's just a villain who hits a man when he's down. Sigh. The people around also talked about it. Some were gloating, and some sympathized with Lin Ling. On the other hand, the dean and the others became anxious. They wanted to explain themselves, but it was obviously useless. Therefore, they secretly transmitted their voices to Lin Ling. Let's delay this matter. Just deny it. We have a way to get you out of here. I admit, what you said is right. However, as soon as their words fell, Lin Ling had already looked at Lord E and nodded. Fuck this. The two deans were directly dumbfounded, because as long as Lin Ling refused to admit his guilt, they would delay this matter again and again. But who knew that Lin Ling admitted it, and even admitted it directly? Even Lord E was very surprised. He asked again, Are you sure? I'm sure. Lin Ling said calmly. What are you waiting for, Lord E? Kill him immediately. According to the previous 3 crimes, he should be killed 3 times. The martial ancestor of Duan lineage immediately made a wild sound and laughed loudly. Lin Ling, I really underestimated you. Duan Wuhan's face was also full of disdain. He didn't expect that Lin Ling would not even resist and directly admit his guilt. What a disappointment. Lord, he looked at Lin Ling calmly, and his eyes kept flickering. Finally, He raised his big hand and wanted to let people catch Lin Ling. However, at this time, Lin Ling also said, "However, I admit that those things are true, but it doesn't mean that I'm guilty." Ha ha ha. As soon as his words fell, Duan Wuhan was the first to laugh sarcastically. At present, the evidence was conclusive. Lin Ling still had the nerve to say that he was not guilty? Duan Wuhan, why are you laughing so loudly? Who said that you have to kill someone in East City? What if I don't kill someone? Lin Ling suddenly looked at Duan Wuhan and said jokingly, I'll eat feces on the spot. How about it? Duan Wuhan replied proudly. What a joke. Even he, the #1 genius of the Duan family, killed someone in East City. That was not a small crime, let alone Lin Ling. Do you think you're the city lord? Or do you think you're the dean? If you are, you may still have this qualification. Duan Wuhan said contemptuously. Sorry, I am indeed the dean. Chapter 37-36. Eat feces on the spot. After he finished speaking, he threw a token to City Lord Yi. Seeing this, Duan Wuhan laughed until his stomach hurt. Do you really think you are the dean? However, at this time, City Lord Yi's shocked voice was like a slap to his face. Snow Wind's supreme token. Seeing the token is like seeing the dean. You have the right to kill 10 innocent people. If others provoke you, you can kill them directly. Lin Ling, you killed Du Chou and the others. You are innocent. The voice floated out, and the whole city was shocked. Lin Ling was the dean. Even the principal of the Snow Wind Academy thought of this matter and immediately smiled. This guy actually gave the supreme token to Lin Ling. The deans of the major academies were extremely shocked because only they knew what the supreme token represented. Duan Wuhan still looked at Lin Ling in shock. However, Lin Ling said lightly, Eat feces on the spot. I don't want to say anything more. Duan Wuhan immediately did not dare to speak. He was already very embarrassed. If he ate feces, the honor of the Duan family would be lost by him. Lin Ling did not pay attention to him. His eyes swept across the entire E-garden and immediately found that many people had bad intentions towards him. He also realized that many people wanted him, Lin Ling, to die. And most of these people came from E-garden. You all want me to die. Lin Ling finally opened his mouth. Everyone was silent, but the sneer on the corner of their mouth said everything. Unfortunately, I will disappoint you. Lin Ling calmly shook his head. Demon Young Master, touch the Golden Emperor. Come out. He knew that Demon Young Master and the others must have come. What? Demon Young Master and the others are here? Crazy. Lin Ling's words instantly caused an uproar. The entire East City was looking for Demon Young Master and the others. If Demon Young Master and the others appeared, wouldn't it be walking into a trap? Moreover, if Lin Ling called out Demon Young Master and the others, it would prove that Lin Ling was the one who robbed the execution ground. Lin Ling, the principal of the Snow Wind Academy, anxiously shouted. However, Lin Ling gave them a reassuring look. Who would have thought that the great East City would one day cause a sensation for us? At the corner of the stage, two figures slowly walked out. Halfway through, they took off their cloaks. It was young Master Yao and Ma Jin Tianzi. As a result, the entire city exploded. The three leaders of the Godslayer Alliance had finally gathered. You're walking right into a trap. City Lord Yi, aren't you going to make a move? Execute them on the spot. Duan Wuhan suddenly burst into laughter. Carefree, incomparably carefree. He had finally caught them all in one fell swoop. However, City Lord didn't move. He frowned and looked at Lin Ling because all of this was beyond his understanding. Could it be that there was some secret behind this? City Lord Yi, what are you doing? You didn't kill the murderers when you saw them. Could it be that you want to let them go? If that's the case, you can't differentiate between right and wrong. It's fine if you don't want to be the city lord. The Duan lineage martial god also exerted pressure. It was as if he was the city lord, incomparably domineering. This also made City Lord Yi angry in his heart. However, the other party's background was not small, so he endured. I know what to do. I don't need anyone to teach me. When it's time to make a move, I will make a move. I hope you do as you say. If I find out that you let them go for the god's rules, I will definitely make a move. The Duan lineage martial god was still domineering as he coldly snorted. Duan lineage martial god, don't be too full of yourself. Be careful of lifting a stone and smashing your own foot. However, at this time, Lin Ling also opposed him. Who do you think you are to be qualified to speak to me? The Duan lineage martial god laughed contemptuously. Yes, I don't have the qualifications. However, I will say it. If you don't accept it, then come and kill me. If you don't dare to kill me, then you are my son. Lin Ling was not afraid in the slightest. These words undoubtedly angered the Duan lineage martial god. He almost wanted to make a move, but he quickly sneered. Hee, you want to deliberately anger me so that you can drag me down with you before you die. Unfortunately, your wishful thinking has been seen through by me. I will not make a move. I will just watch how you die. Son, you really don't have the guts. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed contemptuously. The word son made countless people snicker. The dignified 9 regions' top 10 martial gods were called a son and did not dare to make a move. Perhaps only the Duan family would be so sullen. However, if a son wants me to die, I'm sorry. Son, you're not qualified. Of course, this includes all those trash who want me dead. Lin Ling said again. This sentence provoked countless anger in Garden. However, Lin Ling turned a blind eye to it. At the same time, he looked at City Lord Yi. City Lord Yi, you said that I have committed a great crime by robbing the execution ground and should be killed, right? Yes. City Lord Yi nodded. You said that young Demon Master and the others destroyed the Liu family and should be killed, right? Lin Ling asked again. Yes. City Lord Yi nodded again. I admit that I was the one who robbed the execution ground, but there is a premise. What crime did the 3 of us commit? Lin Ling suddenly asked. The audience was stunned. What crime did they commit? Wasn't this an idiot's question? Next, a burst of laughter came out. However, City Lord Yi did not laugh. He said word by word, because you killed Duke Liu's family and slaughtered the whole family. Hearing this, Lin Ling also became aggressive. City Lord, why are you so sure that we killed Duke Liu's family? May I ask if you have seen their bodies? Or did you see us do it ourselves? Or perhaps none of them died? This sentence made City Lord Yi's whole body tremble. He was unable to answer. When Duan Wuhan saw the appearance of City Lord Yi, he sneered. He knew that Lin Ling was trying to find a way to turn the situation around. However, how could he let Lin Ling do as he wished? He said lightly, Lin Ling, do you still want to get away with misleading people? If you didn't kill Duke Liu's family, then you could try calling Duke Liu out. This sentence obviously hit the nail on the head, and it was a fatal blow. However, Lin Ling's next cold words immediately scared him, and he didn't dare to speak. If I call out Duke Liu's family, are you going to eat feces on the spot? Eat feces again. Duan Wuhan already had a sense of fear in this regard. Wuhan, are you confident? But at this time, Duan, my martial god, quietly transmitted his voice, letting Duan Wuhan calm down and nod. Okay, he will eat feces on the spot. How about it? Duan, my martial god, immediately agreed for Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling was trying to get away with it. But how could he let Lin Ling do as he wished? Yes, I will eat feces on the spot. Duan Wuhan was becoming more and more confident. He waved his hand even more boldly. Someone, bring me a bucket of feces. If I see Duke Liu's family this time, I will eat it on the spot. Wow, people were shocked. Duan Wuhan was really bold. Even Duan, my martial god, did not expect Duan Wuhan to be so confident. However, he also laughed because this showed Duan Wuhan's confidence even more. He should have arranged everything. Come, young Master Duan, is it enough? At this time, 8 people carried a large bucket of feces. The stench spread far and wide, making many people quietly touch their noses. And 8 people carried it? Chapter 37:37. The Liu family had arrived. From this, it could be seen that Duan Wuhan was going all out, not giving Lin Ling any chance to resist. As long as Lin Ling showed the slightest sign of resistance, he would immediately suppress him like a storm. He wanted to let Lin Ling know that it was difficult to turn things around. Lin Ling, what do you think? Do you have anything to say? Subsequently, Duan Wuhan calmly looked at Lin Ling then. Lin Ling shook his head. He had not finished speaking, but the action of shaking his head made many people think that Lin Ling had completely given up resistance, or that he could no longer resist. And this was also the final confession. The result was that Lin Ling would be executed on the spot. Huh! The Dean of E Garden sneered even more, laughing very happily. Then please invite the Liu family's ancestor. At this time, a voice drifted out like the wind. Among the crowd, a large number of people went to the sky, all wearing large cloaks, and the number was extremely large. The whole E Garden was even more silent. Duan Wuhan suddenly frowned. But thinking of the ground where Duke Liu's mansion was located, he smiled contemptuously and was just about to say something. But at this time, a person in front had already opened his cloak, revealing a middle-aged man's face. Liu Jiangnan greets City Lord Yi. Liu Jiangnan, the current duke of the Duke's mansion. Liu Jiangnan, you are not dead. Are you real or fake? The City Lord of E City's pupils widened. It's the real deal. Liu Jiangnan suddenly nodded lightly and said, Of course, if my weight is not enough, then please invite great-grandmother. After the words fell, a person opened his cloak, revealing an old face. This person was the current ancestor of the Liu family. The City Lord of E City also knew her, especially after the old granny called her Little E. He was even more certain. Little E greets Grandma Liu. The City Lord hurriedly saluted, his heart overjoyed. With the words Little E, he knew that the latter was real. In the whole E City, only this old granny dared to call him like this, because the Liu family's ancestor also watched him grow up. However, the entire place remained silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Nobody from Duke Liu's mansion died. Who spread those rumors? As for Duan Wuhan and the Duan lineage martial god, at this moment, their eyeballs were about to fall out. Duan Wuhan kept shaking his head. Impossible, impossible. He suddenly rushed to the ancestor of the Liu family. When he was in front of her, he crazily pulled the ancestor's face. You must be fake. You must be fake. The ancestor of the Liu family was poisoned. How could she be as spirited as you? This scene made everyone's jaws drop. Duan Wuhan, you're crazy. Are you done? The old ancestor of the Liu family was coldly looking at Duan Wuhan. Duan Wuhan pulled back for a moment, but he also felt that the person in front of him seemed to be real. At this moment, he nervously nodded and said, Almost. Get lost. The old ancestor immediately sent out a few slaps, causing Duan Wuhan to vomit blood and fly backwards. Duan lineage martial god. Is your Duan clan so rude? E City's city lord expression also turned cold. This is a misunderstanding. Even though the status of the Duan lineage martial god was higher, at this moment he had to bow and salute, because the younger generation of the Duan clan pulled the face of an ancient figure. In this matter, they were definitely in the wrong. Moreover, Duan Wuhan's brain was fried. He actually did such a stupid thing. However, he also looked at Lin Ling in shock. The people of Duke Liu's mansion were clearly hidden. Why were they brought out by Lin Ling? It seemed that Lin Ling had come prepared. Right now, Lin Ling and young Demon Master were not only absolved of their crime, but they also ruthlessly stepped on their Duan clan's foot. And this was indeed the case. After the appearance of Duke Liu's mansion, Lin Ling and the others were naturally not guilty. The city lord of E City cupped his hands and bowed, apologizing to Lin Ling and the others. However, Lin Ling didn't care and waved his hand. Instead, he looked at Duan Wuhan. This time, you should eat feces on the spot. Hearing this, Duan Wuhan's face immediately became twisted and ferocious. Previously, he had been too agitated because things had gone beyond his expectations. But now he had gradually calmed down. He knew that Lin Ling had done something. I have to say, my evaluation of you is much lower, Lin Ling said again. This sentence originally came from Duan Wuhan's mouth. Now, Lin Ling returned it to him. At that time, Duan Wuhan was laughing at Lin Ling's ignorance. He didn't know that the entire East City was looking for him, Lin Ling. He didn't know that he, Duan Wuhan, had laid out a flawless plan. But now, it seemed that the ignorant one was Duan Wuhan. Lin Ling was the one who laid out the flawless plan. Lin Ling, what happened before was just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Duan Wuhan didn't speak, but the Duan lineage martial god did. Because if Duan Wuhan ate feces, then would his Duan clan still have face? So, he overbearingly refused. City Lord Yi, don't mention this again. Duan Wuhan will never eat feces. Then, without waiting for the city lord of East City to speak, he sealed his mouth again. After saying that, he wanted to leave with Duan Wuhan. As one of the top 10 martial gods in 9 regions, he had this right. In this regard, Lin Ling was not surprised. He smiled softly and said, "Wait, wait." These words made Duan Wuhan and Duan Wuhan stop. They frowned and looked at Lin Ling. "If you have something to say, say it. Our charges have been cleared, but some people are going to suffer because the matter of Duke Lu's mansion is not as simple as it seems." Lin Ling suddenly said leisurely and told the whole story. With every word, Duan Wuhan and Duan Wuhan's faces changed a little. The initial overbearing and indifferent expression disappeared and gradually turned into panic. This was especially true for Duan Wuhan. His heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning, and it was blown to pieces. This was because Lin Ling actually knew about his entire plan. It was as if he was a parasite in his mind, and people were talking about it. All this was done by Duan Wuhan. This guy actually quietly poisoned the Lu family's ancestor. Then he used the poison to threaten the Lu family and let them hide. Then he slandered young Demon Master. Despicable. After learning the truth, many people looked at the Duan Wuhan and Duan Wuhan with contempt. At this moment, Duan Wuhan wished he could dig a hole and crawl into it. His face as a martial god had been lost by Duan Wuhan, including the Duan family's honor. Moreover, he had not been laughed at for tens of thousands of years. This was the first time he had tried it. The most important thing was that not long ago, when Duan Wuhan left the Duan family, he had mysteriously said to Duan Wuhan, "I will put on a good show for you to see." Although this sentence was short, it was full of confidence. Like a flying dragon soaring into the sky, Duan Wuhan knew that Duan Wuhan was going to make a big career. At that time, Duan Wuhan was really looking forward to it because he knew that Duan Wuhan was wise and powerful. He had talent and IQ. It was not surprising that he would make a big career. It was also normal that Duan Wuhan's reputation suddenly spread in the 36 College. Chapter 37-38. Falling into a cesspool. His nose was broken, his teeth were broken, and he was stripped naked. In the end, his conspiracy was exposed, and he was ridiculed by thousands of people. Not only that, he even dragged him, the old ancestor of the Duan family, to Lu's face. Thinking of this, the Duan lineage martial god doubted whether this Duan Wuhan was from the Duan family. He actually framed the old ancestor like this. At this moment, Duan Wuhan wanted to cry, but had no tears, because he was really helpless about this. He didn't expect that things would be exposed at this moment. Everything was Lin Ling's fault. "You're talking nonsense." However, Duan Wuhan would definitely not admit it. "Alas, my evaluation of you has dropped again." Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled lightly and looked at the old ancestor of the Lu family. The old ancestor glared at Duan Wuhan. "Duan Wuhan, you are young, but your heart is ruthless enough. My Lu family has no enmity with you, but you want to use the Lu family to attack your opponent? I can prove this matter, and I can prove it even more. If Lin Ling and the others die, Duan Wuhan will destroy our entire Lu family." Wow. Burning the bridge after crossing the river. The Duan family has lost a lot of face today. I'm afraid it won't recover its reputation in 1,000 years. The people were shocked again. The Duan lineage martial god was so angry that his face turned pale, and a slap fell on Duan Wuhan's body. "Is this your mother's good show? Are you deliberately helping Lin Ling to harm the Duan family? If you think the witness is not convincing enough, then I can take out the evidence. At this time, Lin Ling spoke again, and a jade talisman appeared in his hand. It was what Duan Wuhan said in the inn. As soon as this voice came out, the crime was finally committed, and Duan Wuhan could not defend himself. His identity and status had plummeted in an instant. Not only did he not shine, but he also ended up with a bad reputation. Duan lineage martial god. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? The city lord of East City, who had been silent, finally spoke. Before, he did not have enough background to speak, but was it not enough now? That was enough. As for the Duan lineage martial god, even though he was stronger and had a higher status, he had no choice but to smile obsequiously. Our Duan Wuhan is too young. Sometimes I will do some foolish things. I hope the city lord won't take it to heart. It's useless to say this to me. Your family's Duan Wuhan almost killed Grandma Lu. East City's city lord said coldly. If it weren't for the other party's identity, he would have attacked. This, Senior Lu, it's a misunderstanding. Who doesn't make mistakes? Ruining his life because of a small mistake was clearly making a mountain out of a molehill. I hope the Lu family will give Traceless a chance. The Duan lineage martial god immediately bowed to the Lu family's old ancestor. For someone of his seniority to do such a thing, it was naturally extremely humiliating. But who asked their Duan clan to have a fellow who couldn't do anything right? No matter where this matter was, they were in the wrong. If this matter was blown out of proportion and the gods found out, they would be in an even worse situation. Because destroying the Lu family for no reason and framing the Lu family's old ancestor, how could the gods help them? The Lu family's old ancestor also looked at the city lord of East City, meaning that this matter would be handled by the city lord of East City. The city lord of East City's eyes immediately flickered. With the seniority of the Duan lineage martial god, it was impossible for him to punish him according to the city rules. It seemed that he could only ask for compensation. This matter will be discussed later. However, I will remind the Duan lineage martial god that you should prepare more treasures. The city lord of East City said. Good. The Duan lineage martial god's heart was bleeding. He knew that the Duan clan was going to lose money, and it was definitely a huge sum of money. Therefore, when he turned his head to look at Duan Wuhan, he immediately became angry. This kid was too confident. He always thought that in the world, who else could do it? In the end, he was schemed against. Slap. He slapped Duan Wuhan fiercely again. Why don't you go home with me? You always tell me that glory is the first step in life, the first fart. He couldn't help it, so he slapped Duan Wuhan in public. Duan Wuhan stroked his face, unable to say anything. His life had already left a black spot that could not be erased. You want to leave just like that? However, City Lord stopped them from leaving. The previous incident was compensation for the Duan clan, but our East City was originally calm and peaceful. Because of Duan Wuhan's conspiracy, the whole city was in an uproar and broke the tranquility. Now, you want to leave just like that? I don't know what City Lordy means. Duan Wuhan said with a frown. That dung, eat it before you leave. The City Lord of East City said word by word. On the ground, the huge cesspool carried by the 8 people was still emitting a stench at this moment. Flies were flying and maggots were rolling. Vomit. Duan Wuhan took a closer look and immediately vomited. Eat shit? The martial god's teeth creaked as he stared at Lin Ling. If looks could kill, Lin Ling would have been killed thousands of times. Lin Ling shrugged innocently. It's none of my business. This cesspool was called by him. In fact, my original intention was to eat the dung bucket. Maybe he didn't think it was full enough, so he brought the cesspool. Angry, the martial god's eyes were spewing fire. Wuhan, go eat it. However, if he didn't eat it, East City would definitely make a big fuss about this matter. At that time, not to mention the final world, he was afraid that the entire 9 regions would know that the Duan clan was so shameful. Therefore, he had to keep the peace. Duan Wuhan's eyes were moist. He suddenly gritted his teeth and threw himself into the cesspool. Gudong. The stinky feces and urine poured into his mouth. He ate and vomited at the same time. It stinks. The people near the cesspool all retreated 100 meters. They pinched their noses and snickered secretly. Even the Duan lineage martial god retreated, his face filled with disgust. Gudu. On the contrary, Duan Wuhan seemed to be happier the more he ate. Perhaps he also knew that he couldn't leave East City until he finished eating this cesspool. Of course, as he ate, he stared at Linling. There was a strong resentment in the depths of his eyes. Disgusting god, Linling didn't seem to feel that resentment. He also retreated. His eyes met with young Demon Master and the others. They could see the smile in each other's eyes. Duan Wuhan wanted to plot against them, and then he would soar into the sky and shine brightly. As a result, he lifted a stone and smashed his own foot. Not only did that light not rush into the sky, but it fell into the cesspool. Moreover, such a dignified character was forced to eat feces. It could be seen how helpless Duan Wuhan was. This is just interest. Moreover, with the Duan clan's background, I'm afraid that after this, they will completely break with US. However, Lin Ling also quietly reminded young Demon Master and the others. Young Demon Master and the others immediately nodded. They all knew that if they had the chance to meet again, at that time, they would fight to the death. Moreover, Duan Wuhan seemed to have lost face today, but they had to admit that this person's potential was indeed terrifying. Chapter 37-39. The City Lord's Invitation. Well, let's go back. After that, Lin Ling did not intend to stay any longer. His purpose today was to step on Duan Wuhan, and his goal had been achieved. City Lord, Princess Tian, is also involved in this matter. I think you will give us a satisfactory answer. As they left, Lin Ling also said to City Lord Yi. The latter immediately bowed to Lin Ling and the others and nodded heavily. As for how Yi Cheng made things difficult for Princess Tian, Lin Ling did not care, but he knew that Yi Cheng would never let Princess Tian have an easy time. Little friends, we, Yi City, misunderstood you first. I hope you can find time to come to the City Lord Mansion tomorrow night. I will personally set up a banquet to apologize. The City Lord of East City smiled at Lin Ling. Today's matter was full of twists and turns, but he knew that the person who could save the Liu family and reverse the situation was this person called Lin Ling. He felt terrible about this, because even he did not find the murderer, but Lin Ling did. If it were not for Lin Ling's exposure, he would have become Duan Wuhan's accomplice. Thinking of this, he also said indifferently, Duan Wuhan, you have to finish every drop of urine and feces in the cesspool. Otherwise, you can't leave here. Maybe you think that your ancestor can take you away by force, but you can try. Our 8 trigram city may not be afraid of your ancestor. 8 trigram city was talking about East City and the 8 trigrams in the sky, 1 yin and 1 yang. If combined, the top 10 martial gods of 9 regions could fight. When Duan Wuhan heard that sentence, he ate faster without saying a word, but the resentment in his eyes turned into resentment. Lin Ling, you and I can't live under the same sky. Similarly, the martial god of Duan, Mai also looked at Lin Ling coldly. This person he must kill. Compared with their killing intent, the people of the major academy side. Today's exchange of pointers had turned into a battle to suppress Duan Wuhan, but in general, they remembered the name Lin Ling. At the very least, the 8 great academies would remember it. Disperse. The principal of E Garden said indifferently. He was disinterested and left after he finished speaking. E Garden had clearly lost all face today. On the other hand, Snow Wind Academy and Flicker Academy started laughing loudly, especially the dean of Snow Wind Academy. At that moment, her laughter was so loud that it pierced through the 9 heavens. Anyone could hear that her laughter was filled with pride, contempt, and pride. But so what if he could tell? Who asked their academy students to be so disappointing? Dean Yin, congratulations. Following that, the deans of many academies also congratulated him. I was just lucky. On the other hand, the headmaster replied with one sentence after another. He seemed to be indifferent, but his every move was filled with pride. Brother Lin Ling, You're awesome. After Lin Ling landed on the ground, Yu Yu and the others all ran over. Even Zhang Wudi and the others in the distance ran over. Their faces were filled with excitement, and their eyes were filled with reverence. I was just lucky. Lin Ling imitated the dean and shrugged lightly. This action, in the eyes of everyone, seemed to be filled with endless ridicule. Vomit. At this time, Duan Wuhan, who had just eaten half of the feces pit, vomited out the feces he had eaten before because he really couldn't eat anymore. Many people couldn't help but laugh. I think he won't need to eat for a year. Lin Ling also laughed and finally left for the crowd. The 8 Great Academies exchange also came to an end. As for Snow Wind Academy's Lin Ling, people had estimated that his strength had reached the 420th place on the divine list. This was an expert who was even more terrifying than Duan Wuhan. It was fine if he didn't show himself, but once he did, he directly surpassed more than 80 experts. Of course, this also caused countless jealousy. Unfortunately, all of this had nothing to do with Lin Ling. In the hall where Snow Wind Academy lived, people were still in high spirits and chatted with Lin Ling. Moreover, from time to time, there were experts from other academies who came to visit and make friends. In the final world, strength represented everything, but sometimes connections and relationships were very important. For a genius like Lin Ling who came out of nowhere, it was definitely better to be friends than to be enemies. This kind of bustle lasted for a full day. On the second day, Lin Ling brought Yu Yu and the rest to East City's City Lord Mansion. Walking on the street, although Lin Ling knew that the Duan family couldn't wait to kill him, this was East City, so he wasn't afraid of anything. In fact, the Duan family really didn't dare to behave atrociously here. Lin Ling and the rest easily arrived at East City's City Lord Mansion. Young Yao and the rest couldn't help but sigh. Ever since they were wronged, they had been like rats on the street. Now, they could finally be above board. When East City's City Lord Mansion learned that Lin Ling had come, the mansion immediately became lively. It was decorated with lanterns, wine, and delicacies. It could be seen that City Lord Yi had given Lin Ling and the rest enough face. Lin Ling, Young Yao, Prince Ma Jin, you're here. Come, sit. Under the guidance of the guards, Lin Ling and the rest came to a hall. When the City Lord saw them, he immediately came to welcome them personally. This caused the surrounding guards to be secretly surprised. Lin Ling and the rest were treated even better than the city lords of other main cities. Although East City had wronged Young Yao and the rest, it wasn't enough for the city lord to treat them so courteously. Therefore, they instantly guessed that it was because of Lin Ling. Sure enough, the city lord personally took Lin Ling's hand and sat down. He even poured Lin Ling fine wine. Looking at the table and chairs, they were all famous people in East City. If they were in the 9 states, each of them would be 100 times more important than the 9 states' divine emperors. However, such people also toasted Lin Ling one by one, especially since the Liu family's ancestor was also present. She was even more polite to Lin Ling. After a conversation, she even said that as long as Lin Ling had any problems, the Liu family would go through water and tread on fire. Seeing this, the city lord also said so. Thank you for your kindness, seniors. I'm flattered. Yes, Lin Ling said generously. He knew that the main reason why these big shots valued him so much was because they valued his potential. Brother Ling, I have high hopes for you. In the final world, you will definitely soar into the sky. Yes. After a few cups of wine, the city lord of East City suddenly clapped his hands. A fragrant wind drifted over from the corridor of the hall. A well-bred woman walked out with a smile. She was extremely beautiful and well-educated. Her every move carried a hint of the great Tao. Miss, yes. Seeing the woman, all the guards were shocked. This was the city lord's precious daughter. Ordinary people were not qualified to see her, but today, the city lord had personally invited her out. Greetings, everyone. Mississippi. After the woman walked out, she smiled generously. Her words and smile immediately raised the impression of many people. Come. This is Lin Ling. Mississippi. Chapter 3740. The falling flowers are willing, but the heartless flowing water is heartless. Father. Hearing this, the woman blushed. What was surprising was that even though she was a lady from a respectable family, she was still extremely alluring when she was shy. Greetings, Miss E. Lin Ling smiled and bowed slightly. Greetings, young Master Lin. The woman looked at Lin Ling and smiled. The meaning in her eyes was clearly different. Haha, Lin Ling's luck with women is not bad. Seems like that girl has taken a fancy to you. However, to have a main city lord as your father-in-law, TSK, Lin Ling's back can be tough now. The city lord is really smart. He actually made plans early on. Young Master Yao and the others immediately guessed what was going on and whispered to each other. Young heroes, you've misunderstood our lord. However, an old man at the side also softly replied, this matter was not my lord's idea. It was young Miss' idea. Because my lord dotes on young Miss very much. As long as young Miss does not want to do something, my lord will never force her. Therefore, if young Miss did not want to come, how could my lord invite her? That's because the young mistress has been paying attention to Lin Ling's name for a very long time, starting from the Godslayer incident to the Ethereal Tower. Hearing this, young Demon Lord and the others opened their mouths wide. Prince of Gold said gloomily, I'm also involved in the gods of destruction. Why can't she remember me? You look like a block of wood. Young Yao immediately counterattacked. You don't look like a block of wood, but I still remember you even if I don't see you. Majin Tianzi was not convinced. Young Master Yao immediately became depressed. Could it be that he was too monstrous? At this moment, Xianxia looked at Lin Ling and was very excited. However, she had seen many big scenes before, so she was very calm. Looking back at Lin Ling, he was also calm and unruffled. Just as he was about to speak, the city lord spoke up. What does Brother Ling think of my daughter? Lin Ling was puzzled, but he still replied politely, Lord Yi's daughter, you are a woman of great learning, a woman of rare beauty in this world. Xianxia blushed when she heard that. The city lord laughed loudly. If that's the case, then has Brother Ling ever thought of marrying again? Puff! The wine in Lin Ling's mouth almost sprayed out. He instantly guessed the city lord's intentions. The surrounding people were also shocked, and the Liu family's old granny secretly laughed. This, I'm afraid I have to apologize. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly and went straight to the point. His words made Xianxia's eyes freeze. Tears began to well up in her eyes. The city lord was also stunned. In the end, his daughter had been courted by the 36 main cities and 72 vice cities of the world. Countless people had tried to matchmake her, and even the crown prince, the heavenly monarch, and other young men had tried to woo her. However, all of them had been rejected by his daughter. But now, Lin Ling had actually rejected her. However, he did not get angry. He knew that the matters between men and women could not be forced, let alone such an outstanding man like Lin Ling. He laughed again and said, could it be that Brother Ling is afraid of your wives? If that's the case, my daughter can be your concubine. Concubine? Everyone immediately gasped. The daughter of a main city lord had lowered her status so low. However, Lin Ling still shook his head. This is not a matter of status. It's just that my heart can no longer hold anyone. Currently, I focus on martial arts, so I don't want to be distracted by love. Sigh, what a pity. Seeing Lin Ling's firm attitude, the city lord could not help but sigh softly. As for Xianxia, she was still smiling. She tried to smooth things over and said, it's okay. I'm being too sentimental. I can't be with Brother Ling. That's because I'm not lucky enough. It had to be said that her personality was really good, because she had taken the initiative to send herself to Lin Ling's door, but she was rejected by him. A normal woman would definitely not let go of her pride. However, she did not care. She just hid her grievances in her heart and tasted them herself. Even Yu and the others were moved by Xianxia's personality. Looking at the tears in Xianxia's eyes, Lin Ling's heart softened. He said, in the future, when I rule the final world, if Miss is not married, I Lin Ling will marry her. This sentence was obviously said by Lin Ling because he did not want the woman to be too sad. However, it gave Xianxia a glimmer of hope. Lin Ling never thought that thousands of years later, in East City, there would still be an infatuated woman waiting for him. Haha, then I congratulate you on your martial arts journey. The city lord immediately asked Lin Ling to sit down. He secretly shook his head. He knew that his daughter was not going to have this life. If she had met Lin Ling earlier, Lin Ling would have accepted her. Even if it was 100 years earlier, it was still possible. Unfortunately, fate was the most difficult thing to predict. Brother Ling, you helped East City solve the problem today. On behalf of East City, I will reward you. You can choose any treasure from our treasure exchange vault. After 3 rounds of wine, the city lord suddenly laughed. Everyone's hearts immediately roared. Treasure exchange vault? This was the treasure exchange vault of East City. After so many years, countless treasures have been accumulated. It was a great gift to choose any one of them. City lord, isn't this too grand? Even Lin Ling was surprised. However, the city governor smiled and said, "This time, the Duan family is behaving atrociously in our territory. I should have killed Duan Wuhan, but I know that the martial god of the Duan lineage will never agree to it. Because the Duan family has produced a first bloodline warrior, they will not let him die here. It is even possible that they will openly provoke the gods for Duan Wuhan. So I let them leave. After all, if we really fight, we won't have any advantage. It is better to let Duan Wuhan go and get some treasures at the same time." In fact, Lin Ling also knew this. The city lord placed a ring on the table. There are 9,999 trillion royal crystals here. It is also a reward for Brother Ling. 9,999 trillion? This was a huge sum of money. Even Lin Ling had not touched so much money in his 2 lives. You don't have to be embarrassed, because the treasures that we want from the Duan family will definitely exceed these. Right now, I am just giving it to you in advance. After all, if it weren't for you, the Liu family would have really been destroyed. And I became an accomplice and killed 2 of young Monster Master's friends by mistake. The city lord said. Lin Ling finally nodded. Then, I'll accept your offer. Even if he was embarrassed to accept this money, he could not explain it to young Monster Master and the others. So he took it. Let's go. I will take you to the treasure exchange vault. The city lord stood up again and led Lin Ling forward. The mysterious lady of Yi was extremely obedient and followed behind them. The people in the hall were still drinking and eating. Not long after, a treasure exchange vault appeared in front of them. The city lord made a seal with both hands and opened the treasure exchange vault. A thick wave of spiritual chi rushed toward them. "Go, it's up to you." The city lord looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling nodded and entered the treasure exchange vault. Seeing Lin Ling disappear, the city lord sighed softly. What a pity that such a genius can't walk together with the mysterious lady of Yi. Chapter 3741. Broken Sword. He is indeed very outstanding. No wonder the goddess of Empyrean fell in love with him. However, the reason why the 2 of you can't be together is mostly because of fate. Without fate, everything is fleeting. Even the gods can't understand the meaning of love. The city lord said regretfully. This was also the saying, "The falling flowers have feelings, but the heartless flowing water, I will wait for him." Suddenly, Xianxia raised her head, her eyes filled with stubbornness. Alas, the city lord sighed again. His heart ached for his poor daughter, but he didn't try to persuade her. He knew that it was useless. When a woman fell in love with a man, unless the heavens fell and the earth cracked, no calamity would be able to change that love. He only hoped that as time passed, his daughter would forget about that outstanding man. Or perhaps that man would come to find his daughter in the future. As for Lin Ling, he wasn't aware of their conversation. As soon as he entered the treasury, his eyes lit up. Divine weapon. The treasury was filled with a large number of divine weapons. There were also many innate divine weapons. In addition, there were also many treasures that Lin Ling had never seen before. As for those he had seen before, They were treasures that were hard to come by even in tens of millions of years. The luminescent spiritual heart grass increases the chances of becoming a divine being by 30%. The god of assassins was looking for this treasure in the Black Gold Castle in an attempt to break through to the martial god realm. The ancestral flower can increase one's ancestral power by 20%, and it can increase any attribute. Tis TSK this Dragon Ball. As Lin Ling walked forward, his heart was filled with shock. He wished he could take away all the treasures. As the fourth main city among the 36 main cities, East City's foundation was indeed terrifying. However, Lin Ling suppressed the excitement in his heart and didn't look at those treasures anymore. Instead, he chose the one that suited him. This was because the city lord trusted him and allowed him to make his own choice. Therefore, how could he be so greedy as to disappoint the city lord? The luminescent spiritual heartgrass is rare. When I reach the half-martial god realm in the future, I can use it to break through to the martial god realm. Moreover, the 9 codices of the flame ancestor is something that can cultivate the ancestral power of the flame element. My flame element has always relied on the space-time divine steel, and the help it provides is getting weaker and weaker. If I cultivate that divine steel, I can also unlock the ancestral power of the flame element. There's also the Dragon Pearl. If I can get it, one of my dual dragon talents will definitely be upgraded. Even though it was a choice, Lin's spiritual heart of assassins. Lin Ling, however, at this moment, in the corner, an ancient broken sword was lying there, causing Lin Ling's eyes to light up instantly. A broken sword? Lin Ling, immediately Lin. Transcend spiritual heart divine. Although treasures like the Dragon Pearl and the Jadelight Spirit Heart Grass were rare, they could still be found. However, the broken sword might not be found. It was scattered all over the universe. Finding one depended on luck. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling picked up the broken sword. Then, he removed the tyrannical song sword and placed the broken sword into its hilt. A dense demonic aura spread out, and a dazzling light appeared on the sword hilt. The broken sword quietly merged with it. Lin Ling could clearly sense that the killing intent of the sword hilt towards him was continuously weakening. Then, Lin Ling sheathed the tyrannical song sword. When he pulled out, Lin Ling sensed that he could easily use 80% of his ancestral power. This was a leap in progress. One had to know, after the previous Lin Ling broke through, he could only unleash 10% of the ancestral power after risking his life. Now it was 80%. Furthermore, it had no side effects and could be easily activated. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh with emotion. During this trip to the E-Garden, not only did his cultivation level increase, he even found a precious treasure. Lin Ling then left the treasury. Outside, the city lord looked at Lin Ling in surprise because Lin Ling didn't seem to have taken any treasures. City lord, I have a broken sword. However, Lin Ling said honestly, broken sword? Although I can't see through that treasure, I'm sure it's useless to me. Why don't you go and choose another treasure? The city lord immediately said, there's no need. It's better not to be greedy. That broken sword is useless to others, but it's useful to me. It's even priceless. Lin Ling said with a smile. Indeed, if he couldn't find more broken swords in the future, he might die to this sword. Sigh. The city lord shook his head helplessly and didn't try to persuade him anymore. He brought Lin Ling back to the living room. In the living room, everyone was still eating and drinking. When they saw Lin Ling and the others return, it immediately became lively again. This lively atmosphere lasted until midnight, when Lin Ling and the others left the city lord mansion. On the street, several figures were walking forward. Lin Ling, you're really wasting a treasure. The city lord's daughter is a rare woman, and you don't want her? Young Monster Master drank a little too much, and his words carried a hint of dissatisfaction with Lin Ling. Yes, when looking for a wife, appearance and talent are secondary. The most important thing is her personality. I think that woman's personality is very good. She's delicate and noble, but she doesn't have any arrogance or willfulness. Such a woman really can't be missed. Why don't we go back and talk about it? Sigh. Prince Majin also drank a little too much, and he was even more anxious than Lin Ling. The two of us are anxious for you. Sigh. Some things can't be forced. Sigh. However, Lin Ling smiled faintly. His hands were holding Yu Yu and the other small hands, but he was holding them more firmly. I really want to beat you up. Sigh. Young Monster Master and the others looked at Lin Ling and said angrily. Of course, they looked angry, but in fact, they were just thinking for Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling's heart warmed. He didn't feel lonely knowing so many brothers in this life. Unfortunately, you can't beat me now. Sigh. Then, Lin Ling shrugged. Fuck. You're getting more and more arrogant. Fuck. Young Monster Master and the others couldn't help but curse. They seemed to be jealous, but in fact, they were happy for Lin Ling. They chatted and laughed as they walked towards the garden. Lin Ling talked to young Monster Master and the others from time to time, and sometimes to Yu Yu and the others, but his eyes were always looking at the bright moonlight in the sky. He realized that he was really satisfied in this life. He had a family, a grandfather, a mother, and they were all well protected by him. He didn't have the helplessness of being separated by the heavens. He had a kind wife who was educated and reasonable, who was always by his side. He also had two brothers who were willing to sacrifice themselves for him. Was there anything Lin Ling wasn't satisfied with? Brother Ling, this is the result of your hard work. When you thought you were happy, you didn't realize that you had sacrificed so much for all of this. You fought for us like a man, protecting everything. Fuck. Yu Yu was worthy of being Lin Ling's childhood friend. She could tell that Lin Ling was lamenting in his heart. Lin Ling was stunned. He thought about it carefully and finally nodded heavily. Yes, everything he had was enviable, but everything he had sacrificed was also something that others couldn't do. At this moment, his desire to become stronger was even stronger. He wanted to protect everything. Chapter 3742. Making things difficult. The battle was about to begin. The fall of the god of assassins and the battle at E Garden must have caught wind of it. Lin Ling was also waiting for his challenge. At this moment, young Master Yao and Prince Imogene were walking in front, holding hands and drinking wine as they walked. From young Master Yao's mouth, a song that seemed to represent the life of a cultivator drifted quietly on the lonely street. The road of life, beautiful dreams are as long as the road. The wind and frost on the road, the wind and frost on the face. In the world of mortals, beautiful dreams have many directions. Where to go, to find the direction in my heart. This song was bleak and full of sorrow after the glory of a cultivator. It felt like a swordsman leaving the bustling city at dusk with his sword on his back. And a cultivator was like a lonely swordsman. Lin Ling's heart was also filled with endless ripples as he quietly looked at the night sky. Even though his strength was monstrous, he was not a god after all, so he still felt helpless. At this moment, in a room in E-City's City Lord Mansion, a woman was also looking at the bright moonlight as a gentle song drifted out. She was the Xian lady. The falling flowers are willing, but the heartless flowing water. Life was full of helplessness. That was why there were cultivators. They seemed to be pursuing the peak of martial arts, but in reality, they wanted to do whatever they wanted and break that helplessness. Who is it? After Lin Ling and the rest returned to E-Garden, someone immediately shouted coldly. Young Master Yao from Snow Wind Academy. Prince Imogene from Snow Wind Academy. Young Master Yao and the rest glanced at the few martial ancestors at E-Garden's gate and smiled as they spoke at the same time. Now that they had become students of Snow Wind Academy, their fear of E-Garden had obviously decreased by a lot. Hearing those words, the faces of the students guarding the gate immediately changed, and they did not dare to speak again. However, they were very unhappy. Young Master Yao and the rest used to be students of E-Garden, but now they had become students of Snow Wind Academy. Moreover, they were extremely arrogant, as if they were mocking E-Garden. However, They also looked behind young Master Yao and the rest. There a young man was hugging two beauties on his left and right. He was indescribably domineering, and he was Lin Ling. They were afraid of Lin Ling from the bottom of their hearts. Unless the top 5 masters from the Yi Garden or the masters with the surname Yi returned, no one in the Xunsan Hall could stop Lin Ling. Go in. Someone finally lowered his head and stepped aside. Wait. But right at this moment, a woman around the age of 40 walked out with a large number of experts. Teacher Xiao. The expressions of the students guarding the entrance changed. This was Yi Garden's teacher. His strength was great, and he himself was a 6th talisman god Holy Knight. Her strength had already reached the half-step martial god realm. Plus, her talent was extremely terrifying. She was of the 8th realm. At the same time, the expressions of young Demon Lord and the others changed because this teacher was their teacher. Lin Ling and the others can enter, but young Master Yao and the others can't. The woman stood at the door and spoke coldly. She had obviously come to make things difficult for young Demon Lord and the others because young Demon Lord was their student. However, he had left the academy and joined the Snow Academy. This was a disgrace to her. Moreover, Lin Ling had defeated the disciple she was most proud of, Zhou Jun. This was also a disgrace to her. However, she was helpless against Lin Ling and did not dare to offend him. After all, if she dared to make things difficult for Lin Ling, the Dean of the Snow Academy would not let her off. Therefore, she could only attack young Demon Lord and the others. When they heard the woman's words, young Demon Lord and the others fell silent. They were afraid of the woman. Who do you think you are? At this moment, a disdainful voice was heard. Lin Ling was holding a wine jug in his hand and drinking a few mouthfuls. His voice was like thunder. That night, Lin Ling had drunk a lot. Because of the alcohol, he was not even afraid of the teacher. Teacher Xiao had not expected Lin Ling to be so bold. He was not even afraid of her and had directly asked her who she was. However, Lin Ling was not her student. She had no right to reprimand Lin Ling. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. There will always be someone better than you. She immediately said indifferently. What a joke. This sentence should be said to the Yi Garden. Because the Yi Garden invited all the major academies for an exchange, but let the weaker academies stay in the poor inns while the stronger academies receive better treatment. This is not looking down on others. Let me give the Yi Garden a piece of advice. There will always be someone better than you. Never underestimate the fighting spirit of the weaker academies. Lin Ling said sarcastically. Everyone was scared out of their wits. Lin Ling was crazy indeed. Young Demon Lord and the others also gasped. However, they knew that Lin Ling was so bold because of the alcohol. Teacher Xiao was so angry that her face turned black. She also shouted, "Perhaps you were right. However, young Demon Lord and the others are my students. If I don't let them in, they are not allowed to enter." Your students? Where were you when they were captured by the strong cultivators of Yi City? What a thick-skinned Yi Garden. Moreover, do you think you're their teacher just because you say so? I see that your strength is only SOSO. What qualifications do you have to be someone else's teacher? Lin Ling retorted. This time, he stood out not only because of the alcohol, but also because he regarded young Demon Lord and the others as his brothers. How could he let his brothers be humiliated? Young Demon Lord and the others naturally sensed Lin Ling's thoughts and felt warm in their hearts. Haha, I'm not qualified. Teacher Xiao suddenly laughed. If the strong cultivators in her class were to fight with Lin Ling, she really did not have much confidence. However, to say that she was not qualified, not to mention others, just based on the teachers of Snow Wind Academy, 90% of them were not qualified. Her gaze swept across and suddenly fell on the tyrannical song, sword behind Lin Ling. She said indifferently, "During the exchange, you used that sword to defeat Zhou Jun. That sword should be very extraordinary and has raised a large amount of ancestral power. Then, I will bet with you. I can stimulate the ancestral power of that sword. If I succeed, young Demon Lord and the others will get out of the garden. How about it?" The sword that she was looking at was the tyrannical song sword. Generally speaking, it was impossible to stimulate the ancestral power of other people's swords. However, there were always exceptions to everything. Teacher Xiao was an exception. This was because her 8th grade talent was called Heavenly Piercing Xianxia. Although it did not have any offensive effects, it allowed her to touch the universal Tao and comprehend the ancestral power of all things. It was because of this that she could become a teacher of E-Garden and help the students comprehend the ancestral power. From this point of view, it also showed that to become a teacher of E-Garden, everyone had a strong backing. Lin Ling, you can't. Young Demon Lord clearly knew how terrifying Teacher Xiao was and immediately spoke out. The students of E-Garden sneered. No matter how arrogant Lin Ling was, Teacher Xiao could still suppress him to death. How about it? Teacher Xiao once again became overbearing. Chapter 3743. 80% of the ancestral power. If you can activate all the ancestral power in this sword, I, Lin Ling, will kneel at the gate of E-Garden. However, Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine and shouted. This time, everyone's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, but he still went to the tiger's mountain. Do you see that mountain in the distance? Cut it, and you win. Lin Ling said again, and the tyrant's song sword was stabbed into the ground by him. Haha, Lin Ling. Oh, Lin Ling, you're too arrogant. You don't know that there's always someone better than you. Fine, today I'll let you know what it means to be the strongest in the world. Teacher Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling was courting death, not to mention a divine weapon. She could even activate all the attributes of an innate divine weapon. People also called her the Mother of Weapons. After saying that, she took a step forward and arrived in front of the tyrant's song sword. She quickly drew the sword, and with a buzz, a terrifying, murderous, and demonic aura surged out. This also made Teacher Zhao's expression change. This sword was extraordinary. However, she also sneered, and her talent appeared. Mysterious runes were like tadpoles, wandering around her body. The ancestral power of the tyrant song sword was activated. 10%, 20%, 30%. It had to be said that her talent was indeed terrifying. After all, this was Lin Ling's sword. As a first-timer, she could actually activate the ancestral power in an instant. Think about it. If she could control other people's weapons when she fought, how could other people fight? This ability was too terrifying. Teacher Xiao. The people around kept cheering, making Teacher Xiao nod. However, after activating the ancestral power, the connection between the sword and her was instantly severed. It was difficult for her to improve. What? Teacher Zhao's expression changed, but she activated all her talent. Boom! 50% of the ancestral power was finally activated by her, and it did not stop, reaching 60% and gradually 70%. However, after 70%, she felt as if she had appeared in the sea, and she was at a loss. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. The people around also noticed that something was wrong. Puff! At this moment, Teacher Xiao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He lost his balance, and his sword fell to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. She frantically took 3 steps back. Previously, she continued to stimulate the ancestral power, but the crucial moment, a strange headless old man suddenly appeared, appearing in her heart like a devil. He seemed to be headless, but he gave off the feeling that he was coldly looking at her. This also caused her to immediately withdraw her innate talent and retreat from the shock, because she had a feeling that if this were to continue, then she would be drowned by the ocean of killing intent. Clearly, this was the first time she had encountered such a strange situation. After all, she had come into contact with many innate divine weapons, but this had never happened before. Unless the sword was one of the best innate divine weapons and was beyond her control. However, how could such a sword belong to Lin Ling? This sword only contains 70% of the ancestral power. In the end, Teacher Xiao spoke. The people around were stunned for a moment, then reacted. It seemed that when Lin Ling defeated Zhou Jun, he had only used 60% of the ancestral power, so 70% was the limit. This was not strange. Moreover, even if it was 70%, everyone felt shocked because there were very few divine weapons that could possess 70% of the ancestral power. You've lost. Kneel at the door yourself. Young Master Yao, get lost. Teacher Xiao had obviously thought of this point, so he spoke proudly, paused for a moment, and then said, "Of course, you can also ask the Dean of Snow Wind Academy, but let me tell you, this is just asking for your own humiliation." She believed that 70% of the ancestral power was enough to shock Lin Ling. After all, as the owner of the sword, Lin Ling had not reached 70%. Moreover, this sword probably only had 70% of the ancestral power. Huh. However, Lin Ling laughed loudly. His laughter was heroic, as if it shattered the clouds and the sky. This made everyone look at him suspiciously. However, Lin Ling did not say anything. He led Yu, young Master Yao, and the others forward. Along the way, he also picked up the tyrannical Song's sword and continued forward. Lin Ling, what is the meaning of this? Teacher Xiao was angry. Lin Ling was ignoring her, reneging on his loss. Snow Wind Academy was indeed a group of shameless people. She was about to shout angrily, but at this moment, sword light flashed, as if buzzing in the 9 provinces. Lin Ling attacked. Swoosh! Killing intent and demonic chi gushed out, slashing forward, passing by Teacher Xiao, cutting off a strand of hair on her forehead, and quietly sliding down. Rumble. Looking at the distant mountain, it was actually cut in half by the sword. Looking at the sky of the final world, the pitch-black night was separated by the sword, revealing a huge crack in the middle. Inside, it was filled with the sun, moon, and stars, as well as surging void wind. A sword broke the sky. Everyone quieted down. Teacher Xiao stood on the spot, trembling. The sword gave her the feeling that it was even more terrifying than the battle with Zhou Jun. Could it be that Lin Ling did not use his full strength in the battle with Zhou Jun? She could not help but look at Lin Ling, but Lin Ling and the others were walking further and further away. This made Teacher Xiao frown and ask, Lin Ling, how much ancestral power does this sword have? 80%. Lin Ling's calm voice came from afar. Finally, Lin Ling and the others disappeared into the night. The gate of E-Garden was silent. 80%. Previously, Teacher Xiao had only stimulated 70%, but she had declared that this sword had reached its limit, the peak of 70%. She had the talent to stimulate divine weapons, so she was so confident. Furthermore, all the divine weapons that she had probed were almost exactly the same as what she had described. However, Lin Ling told her that she was wrong. This sword, 80%. As for why Teacher Xiao could only stimulate 70%, it was because she was not qualified. Lin Ling. Teacher Zhao's body trembled as she looked at the disappearing Lin Ling. She suddenly realized that the Snow Wind Academy was hiding a dragon that was about to soar in the final world. She had obviously lost. Haha, Lin Ling, this is the first time I've seen Teacher Xiao being slapped in the face. On the way to E-Garden, young Demon Lord and the others were undoubtedly extremely excited. The reverence in their hearts for Teacher Xiao had quietly collapsed. Teacher Xiao was a strict person and taught young Demon Lord and the others. Over time, she would naturally leave behind an irresistible shadow. And this was also a factor that everyone had. No matter who it was, they would always treat their master with reverence and awe. But this shadow had been cut off by Lin Ling. From today onwards, E-Garden has nothing to do with you. Lin Ling smiled faintly and returned to the residence of the Snow Wind Academy. The dean and the others were waiting. When they saw that Lin Ling and the others were safe and sound, they all smiled. And Lin Ling and the others did not mention the previous matter. After a brief conversation, they all returned to their rooms. In the following days, although the 8 great academies were still holding discussions, Lin Ling did not go even once. Regarding this, many people from the various great academies were dissatisfied, but there was nothing they could do. Who asked Lin Ling to be so strong? Chapter 3744. The Prelude to the Battle. On this day, Lin Ling was still cultivating, but suddenly a familiar voice sounded in his mind. The dark sword is with you, and you have unleashed such power. Who is Li Xiaoyao to you? The voice seemed to come from far away. It was very polite, with a hint of curiosity. Lin Ling's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on his face. The battle had officially begun. Martial God Wen Tian was here. He knew that Martial God Wen Tian would find him sooner or later, so he did not keep a low profile when he killed the god of assassins. He knew that all of this was unavoidable. Now, the battle between him and Martial God Wen Tian had finally begun. Where are you? Lin Ling replied indifferently. Facing the Martial God, not only was he not afraid, he even spoke with the tone of a senior. It was like a senior talking to a junior. Martial God Wen Tian was silent for a moment and finally smiled. North of East City. Wait for me. Lin Ling did not hesitate and immediately left E Garden. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Moreover, he did not inform anyone and left East City alone. Of course, his whereabouts were also detected by the mayor of East City. As for Lin Ling, he continued to head north. After a full hour, a double-sword peak appeared in front of him. The peak was so tall that it reached into the sky. Under the night sky, it looked like two swords that wanted to cut through the sky. On one of the mountain peaks, a figure stood there quietly. Under the moonlight, he looked like a god. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his long hair and clothes fluttered gently in the breeze. He gave off an indescribable feeling of the mystery of the universe. He was none other than Wen Tian Martial God. Moreover, he also saw Lin Ling and revealed a warm smile. You are here. Lin Ling nodded, and his body moved and appeared on one of the sword peaks. The two figures were like two swords, crossing thousands of years to meet again. Once family and close friends, today they could only meet with swords. This was a kind of helplessness. An ancient breeze that seemed to come from the era of the gods gently circled around the two top experts. Silence. The night was very quiet. The moon was very bright. Who are you? Finally, a doubtful voice rang out softly, breaking the oppressive deadlock. The voice came from Wen Tian Martial God. You're not qualified to ask me that. A wine pot appeared in Lin Ling's hand as he replied calmly. Wen Tian Martial God's eyes twinkled. He was one of the 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. How could Lin Ling talk to him like that? Aren't you afraid? I'll do something to you? Martial God Wen Tian muttered to himself. As soon as he said that, Lin Ling fell silent and continued to drink. Martial God Wen Tian laughed coldly. This guy called Lin Ling was still too inexperienced. He must be scared now. However, this was normal. The night was dark and the wind was strong. Furthermore, they were outside of Yi City. Facing Wen Tian Martial God alone, how could Lin Ling not be afraid? Wen Tian Martial God looked at the moon in the sky again. Just as he was about to ask about Lin Ling's background, Lin Ling also spoke at this time. You don't dare. This sentence carried a calmness that would not be alarmed even if the sky collapsed as it came out from Lin Ling's mouth. You don't dare. This voice finally made Wen Tian Martial God frown. Someone in the 9 prefectures dared to say that he didn't dare? If this news spread to the 9 prefectures, it would probably cause people to laugh. Why do you think I don't dare? Martial God Wen Tian chuckled as if he was arguing with Lin Ling. Because I know you don't dare. Although you look like a martial god, you are actually very cautious, especially when it comes to the unknown. Unless you have 80% confidence, you will not act. Lin Ling said. These words made Wen Tian Martial God's heart tremble violently. He looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Because Lin Ling was right. It was as if Lin Ling was extremely familiar with everything about him. Besides, it's not like you haven't tried, but you were stopped by someone. Therefore, you should know that there are many experts hiding behind me. Some of them are even stronger than you. Lin Ling spoke again. Wen Tian Martial God's expression instantly darkened. This time, Lin Ling was right again. Previously, he had almost caught Lin Ling but a mysterious old man suddenly appeared out of nowhere. His strength was slightly stronger than him, and he was severely injured in a single clash. Otherwise, why would he not seek revenge from Lin Ling after so many years? That being said, knowing was one thing. However, how could he be happy after being exposed by a junior of the martial progenitor realm? Most importantly, the way this junior talked to him was as if he was a big shot, looking down on him from above. No, it felt like he was his master. I like to do things on my own. Since you said I don't dare to touch you, I'll have a bet with you. Let's see if I have the guts to do it. Wuxian martial god looked into the sky and said calmly. The words served as the signal for battle. An icy aura burst out of his body. It was as if the mountain range within 800 li was frozen. The cries of birds and beasts could be heard. The ancient forest in the distance shuddered. Following it, a huge number of frightened birds flew out from the woods and flew in another direction. They were densely packed together, resulting in a shocking sight. However, as soon as the frightened birds flew out of the woods, they began to fall from the sky as if they were under a spell. In the woods, godly beasts the size of hills began to fall to the ground too. The area within 800 li fell into a dead silence. How terrifying! It was Wuxian martial god's move, yet no one had seen him make a move. He was still standing on the sword peak. His clothes were drifting in the wind, as if the dead silence had nothing to do with him. However, the sky suddenly parted. Dark clouds rolled as a giant ancient boat swam out from the clouds. The boat was ancient and dilapidated, as if it had been lost in the ocean of death for thousands of years. There was no one on the boat. It was eerily quiet. Even the enormous boat was moving in silence. As soon as the boat appeared, the sky seemed to lower. The beasts in the ancient mountains and forests trembled as they bowed to the boat. It was a tremendous suppression of the gods. If you really dare to make a move, try it. However, right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice broke the silence. Lin Ling spoke. Come at me if you want to kill me. Don't you think it's embarrassing to resort to such tricks? Or do you think I'm afraid of you after displaying your strength as a martial god? I have to say, you're really childish. Childish. The word echoed in the sky with endless mockery. Anger. Wuxian martial god finally withdrew his gaze. He slowly turned around and looked at Lin Ling. Previously, he had displayed incomparably terrifying strength, and it was all for the sake of clashing with Lin Ling. It was a clash of auras, a clash of courage. However, he could not understand why Lin Ling, who was only a martial progenitor, was not afraid at all. He even mocked him for being childish. Chapter 3745. The Bet. Little did he know, Lin Ling was already expecting the battle to begin. However, Wuxian martial god had lost in the first clash, and it was a humiliating loss. Wuxian martial god, one of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 continents, had attacked Lin Ling with his strength, hoping that Lin Ling would submit to him and kneel before him. However, Wuxian martial god had failed. Throughout his life, Wuxian martial god had fought against countless martial progenitor realm experts. Even so, despite their stubbornness and pride, they were still slightly respectful toward Wuxian martial god. However, this kind of respect was more or less. However, Lin Ling did not at all. He looked at Wuxian martial god as if he was looking at a clown or an ant. I have to say, I've underestimated you. Wuxian martial god waved his right hand, causing the powerful aura to dissipate and the surroundings to return to normal. I know there's a martial god 800 li away from this mountain. He seems to be here for you, to protect you. There's another martial god 10,000 li away, who seems to be here for you too. However, even though they're here to protect you, they're still like ants to me. At first, I thought you were relying on them, but I gradually realized that wasn't the case. It's strange, truly strange. Wuxian martial god said calmly. I'm not afraid of you, because you're just SOSO in my eyes. Lin Ling slowly turned around and said calmly to Wuxian martial god. He knew who the two people Wuxian martial god was talking about. One of them was the golden white demon, while the other was most likely the city lord of the city. They were observing from afar. If anything were to happen, they would immediately rush over to protect him. However, Lin Ling had never planned to ask them for help. He was the reincarnation of Xianxia. Since when was he afraid of Wentian martial god? Even though Lin Ling was weaker than Wentian martial god, Lin Ling still had a heart that looked down on Wentian martial god. Because of this, Wentian martial god could not believe his eyes. He could not understand where Lin Ling's confidence came from. "Speak, what do you want from me?" Unknowingly, Lin Ling had taken the initiative to ask. Wentian martial god glanced at Lin Ling with flickering eyes. As a matter of fact, not only was he surprised by Lin Ling's calmness, he was also intimidated by the old man behind Lin. Treasure God. Moreover, he knew that Lin Ling was a trial taker of the Thunder God. This was also the reason why he did not dare to attack Lin Ling. Everything that happened before was just a test. Unfortunately, the result of the test only made him more embarrassed. Wentian God, no the martial god, no martial god. Wentian martial god. Wentian martial god, no the god, no the martial god. Wentian no god, no, if you know the Wentian god, no the Wentian martial god said. "Who is the Wentian god?" Lin Ling asked with a smile. Wentian martial god's eyes flickered with a hint of fear. However, he still took a closer look at Lin Ling and said, "Xianxia." The atmosphere suddenly became tense as soon as the name was uttered. However, Lin Ling's expression remained calm. Wentian martial god was disappointed. He thought Lin Ling would be emotional, but unfortunately, he couldn't tell. "Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, who are you? Why can't the 9 continents martial god see through you? Who is the Wentian god?" Lin Ling asked curiously. "A genius, if he doesn't die. He will surely become a god." Wentian martial god said after a slight ponder. Towards Xianxia, there was a trace of respect and admiration in the depths of his eyes. It was just that he hid it very well. "Are you suspecting me because I have the god, know the god, know the god, know the god, know the Wentian god? However, don't forget, there are many miracles in the land of the 9 continents. Xianxia isn't the only one who has the god, know the god, know the god, know the god, know the god weapon. There's a teacher in the E-Villa with mysterious talents who can trigger the potential of the god weapon. Therefore, don't be so suspicious." Lin Ling said faintly. "Why don't we have a bet? You and my disciple will fight. If you win, you can ask me anything you want. If I win, you only need to tell me the relationship between you and Xianxia. What do you think?" Wentian martial god said with a smile all of a sudden. He seemed to be very stubborn about whether Lin Ling was Xianxia or not. However, Lin Ling knew Wentian martial god's intention. Although he seemed to be afraid of Xianxia, he was actually more interested in the last few levels of the chaos godly technique. Otherwise, with Wentian martial god's strength and identity, he would not be so nice and come to see Qi Nan in person. "Sure." Lin Ling thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. "However, the battle will be in 3 years. What do you think?" 3 years. Wentian martial god's eyes lit up, and he nodded immediately. 3 years was just the blink of an eye for a cultivator. "As a condition, I want to know something from Wentian martial god." At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. "The saintess of the Immortal Temple. I want to know her whereabouts." The saintess of the Immortal Temple was in Yuer. Wentian martial god was one of the top 10 martial gods in the land of the 9 continents. He could find someone much faster than Lin Ling. Lin Ling could not wait that long. "You're wasting a condition like this? Just to find someone?" Wentian martial god was shocked. However, Lin Ling nodded. "That's right. Do you agree?" "All right." Wentian martial god had no reason to disagree. Then, without waiting for Lin Ling to speak again, he said, "Next, I'll let you see who my disciple is." His finger gently pointed at the sky. The sky exploded and an ancient staircase extended down from a void. Following that, people walked down the staircase one after another. These people were all very young and had an unruly aura. Some of them were tall, some were thin, some held chains in their hands, some stood on flying discs and wore all kinds of strange armor. However, they were all extremely powerful. Their talent was the lowest among those with an 8th grade ultimate desolate body. Cultivation realm, half-step martial god realm. As they walked, they talked and laughed. They used a strange gaze to size up Lin Ling. This must be Lin Ling, who reached the 9th level of the God's Tower. That's right, it's him. This little guy is indeed quite powerful. In our circle, he's quite famous. He's also the person most likely to enter our circle. I heard that this kid has a mystical cultivation technique that can stack talent. I'm quite curious about this cultivation technique. According to what I know, such a cultivation technique doesn't exist in the final world. Arrogant voices could be heard from time to time. They ignored everyone. Circle? Chapter 3746. Martial God Wen Tian's disciple, Long Yang. This group was very young, but in terms of strength, they were all stronger than him. They should be ranked 300 on the heavenly stairway. An invisible pressure suddenly appeared in Lin Ling's heart, but Lin Ling smiled, a smile filled with battle intent. It was as if this group of people was an insurmountable mountain. However, to Lin Ling, this mountain had to be crossed. He was so confident. Furthermore, martial god Wen Tian had summoned this group of people. His goal was to make him feel inferior and cowardly. Unfortunately, martial god Wen Tian underestimated him. He dared to come alone. What was there to be afraid of? After a while, this group of powerful figures stood in the sky, tilting their heads to look at Lin Ling. Finally, a figure walked out from the steps in the sky. This was an extremely beautiful woman, and every movement she made contained the momentum of the world. Her hands were clasped behind her back, and the earrings in her ears seemed to contain a magical power that attracted the gazes of countless people. Even the group of young experts cast their gazes over. However, the woman did not seem to notice and was not moved at all. This meant that her mental fortitude was extremely strong. One had to know that if this group of young experts looked at others, they would definitely feel pressured. Very few people could remain calm. Lin Ling looked at the beautiful woman, and his calm expression finally turned into shock. Even when facing martial god Wen Tian and this group of mysterious young experts, Lin Ling was not moved at all. However, this woman shocked Lin Ling. This was because this woman was Long Yang. Long Yang and Lin Ling first met in the Spirit Province, and after they fought, Lin Ling continued to grow stronger and walk towards a wider world. However, as Lin Ling continued to grow stronger, so did Long Yang. Although there was still a gap between her and Lin Ling, this gap had never been pulled apart, and now Long Yang had appeared in this group of experts. Lin Ling, long time no see. The woman looked at Lin Ling and suddenly smiled, as if she had seen an old friend. This caused the surrounding youths to frown. They did not expect Long Yang to know Lin Ling. Yes, long time no see. However, the last time we met, you were with Princess Tian. This time you're here. It seems like you've improved greatly. Lin Ling smiled. In his lifetime of practicing martial arts, he had seen too many monstrous geniuses, but he didn't know how many geniuses he had surpassed. And after those people were surpassed by him, they never overtook him. Instead, they were left further and further behind. However, Long Yang was the first person to be able to follow Lin Ling. This caused Lin Ling to give her a higher evaluation. The last time I followed Princess Tian, it was actually a training mission, Long Yang said with a smile. Once you complete this mission, you will become Wen Tian martial god's disciple. Lin Ling immediately said, and Long Yang nodded. This made Lin Ling understand why Long Yang's strength had soared. It turned out that she had become Wen Tian martial god's disciple. Moreover, if it was someone else, Lin Ling would definitely be surprised. However, if it was Long Yang, he would not be surprised. This was because every time Lin Ling went to a secret realm, he would always see Long Yang. This woman seemed to be omnipotent. Thinking about it, the person he would be fighting 3 years later would be Long Yang. Lin Ling could not help but look at Wen Tian martial god. The latter smiled and nodded. 3 years later, if you defeat her, you will win. All right, I accept the challenge. Lin Ling had no reason not to accept the challenge. Then I will wait for you. The news you want about the Immortal Temple, I will send someone to inform you within 3 days. Wentian Martial God took a deep look at Lin Ling, then turned and left. He was even more curious about Lin Ling. However, he also hoped that Lin Ling would be Li Xiaoyao's successor. This was because he wanted to obtain the latter half of the Chaos Divine Formula. The first few stages of the Chaos Divine Formula were enough for him to become one of the top 10 martial gods. What if he obtained the complete Chaos Divine Formula? Therefore, regardless of whether Lin Ling was related to Li Xiaoyao or not, Wentian Martial God chose to gamble. Unfortunately, how could Lin Ling not know what he was thinking? However, it was impossible for him to obtain the Chaos Divine Formula. After Wentian Martial God left, the young expert's auras became even more arrogant. Lin, what? You want to fight Longyang? You really don't know who you are? Lowly trash. A purple-haired young man said with disdain. He was playing with 2 metal balls in his hand. He spun them around. Suddenly, one of the metal balls fell to the ground, creating a huge crater. Lin, what? Go and pick it up for me. The young man looked at Lin Ling and said calmly. The others smiled mockingly. They were confused about Lin Ling. Although he had some skills, he was not worthy of Wentian Martial God's treatment. It was fine that he was unruly, but Wentian Martial God did not touch him. Where did this guy get the right to do so? Yao Fei, don't do anything rash. However, Longyang spoke at this moment. Although her current strength could not be compared to this group of people, her words carried an unquestionable dignity. However, it would have been better if she did not speak. After she spoke, the purple-haired young man's eyes flashed with anger. Longyang was Wentian Martial God's disciple, and his first closed-door disciple. After this matter spread out, their circle was also in turmoil. Many people who thought they were extraordinary even tried to get close to the Dragon Mother and win her favor. They knew that this beauty who was favored by Wentian Martial God would be extraordinary in the future. However, Longyang was smooth and slick. Although she seemed to be familiar with everyone, it was difficult for others to get close to her. And now, Longyang was speaking for Lin Ling? Longyang, this is between us men. You shouldn't interfere. Yao Fei suddenly said with a smile. His words carried a hint of rejection. He wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Purple-haired young master, do you think you are handsome with purple hair? In fact, when I first looked at you, I thought you were a guy with a flower on your head. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke. His words were targeted at Yao Fei. Yao Fei was stunned. Lin Ling was mocking his hairstyle? What are you looking at? I'm talking about you. However, Lin Ling was not afraid. He said with a smile, do you think Longyang will look at you with a purple flower on your head? Don't you know that you are actually very ugly? Ha ha ha. The surrounding young men could not help but burst out laughing. Yao Fei clenched his teeth as a powerful aura burst out from his body. I have to say, you're terrible at picking up girls. You think you can get girls just by relying on your purple flower and your strength? Unfortunately, let me tell you, sometimes girls don't look at how strong you are, but admire the process of how you grow from weak to strong. Lin Ling added insult to injury. The reason why Longyang seems to have a good relationship with me is because she knows me. She understands me. She knows what kind of existence I was, and how long it took me to reach my current height. Longyang, am I right? Chapter 37:47. That's not how you pick up girls. Everyone immediately looked at Longyang. Lin Ling actually asked Longyang that question. Did he really think that Longyang would answer him? That's right. However, Longyang spoke. Her words were earth-shattering. Everyone narrowed their eyes. This meant that no matter how powerful one was, they might be able to move a beauty's heart. However, it was not enough to earn the admiration of beauty, especially for a woman like Longyang. She did not care about one's strength. She cared more about one's character, the kind of perseverance and fighting spirit that rose from the weak to the strong. And Lin Ling had done all of that, from the spirit state to the final world, and then to his name shaking the 36 schools. It took less than 100 years. Although Lin Ling was Long Yang's enemy, she had to admit that Lin Ling was also the most amazing man she had ever met in her life. Did you hear that? That's not how you pick up girls, Lin Ling said with a smile when he saw Long Yang admit it. He seemed to know that Long Yang would definitely reply to him. Perhaps they had encountered each other too many times and knew each other's thoughts. Everything was for the final grudge battle. Moreover, this beauty Long Yang has long been my woman. That night was in the spirit state. In the 9 states, it seems that I, Lin Ling, am the first person to be able to pick this flower. Lin Ling's words were extremely shocking and domineering. Boom! All the powerful cultivators' hearts exploded as they looked at Long Yang in disbelief. Meanwhile, Long Yang's pretty face turned red. There was anger in her eyes. Lin Ling had actually said this to her face. However, she was indeed an amazing woman. She quickly restrained her anger and spoke calmly. He's right. My first time was taken by him in the spirit state. As soon as she said this, all the powerful cultivators felt as if their hearts were being cut by knives. That kind of feeling was like a fresh flower stuck in cow dung. Long Yang had lost her virginity to Lin Ling. Most importantly, Long Yang actually admitted it herself. Everyone looked at Lin Ling angrily, as if they were looking at a scoundrel. They believed that Lin Ling must have used despicable means to obtain Long Yang's body. However, facing those gazes, not only did Lin Ling not care, he even laughed in an extremely carefree manner. Dying. Yao Fei, on the other hand, felt as if he had been cuckolded. Unable to hold it in any longer, he pounced towards Lin Ling. His strength was much stronger than the god of assassins. He had an 8th grade ultimate desolate body and was a half-step martial god. This level of strength clearly exceeded the range that Lin Ling could endure. In the end, Lin Ling was still a bit too weak. Are you angry from embarrassment? It's no wonder that Long Yang doesn't like you. However, Lin Ling remained unafraid. However, do you really think you can kill me? I can tell you that if I die, you will also die tragically on the streets in the next moment. His words immediately made Yao Fei hesitate. Yao Fei, how dare you? Long Yang shouted in a low voice. He is the person that Master specifically wants to find. If you touch him, not only will you die, your family clan will also die. Don't think that you are very powerful just because you are a half-step martial god. Let me tell you, even if you are a martial god, you are just an ant in front of Master. Her words finally made Yao Fei stop. His eyes were filled with anger. Coward. However, Lin Ling just had to rub salt into his wounds. Coward. This word also lingered in Yao Fei's mind before it was deeply engraved in his heart. He would remember Lin Ling. Consider yourself lucky. Yao Fei walked back. The lucky one is you. However, Lin Ling was not to be outdone. Of course, everyone thought that Lin Ling was just trying to show off. Meanwhile, Long Yang also looked at Lin Ling and said, "In 3 years, you and I will fight. Will you treat it as a battle to the death, or a bet?" She and Lin Ling had a promise. There would be a battle to the death in their lives to settle all the grudges between them. There was Long Yang, but there was no Lin Ling. There was Lin Ling, but there was no Long Yang. Therefore, Long Yang asked Lin Ling if the battle in 3 years would be a battle to the death. If it was only one of them could survive. If it was a bet, it meant that the battle to the death would be postponed. What do you think? Lin Ling smiled calmly. I already have the answer in my heart, but why don't we say it together? Long Yang suddenly smiled. Then, she saw Lin Ling nod his head. The two of them spoke their thoughts at the same time. A bet. 2 voices floated out at the same time. This meant that the battle in 3 years was only a bet, not a battle to the death. After speaking, they looked at each other and smiled. They didn't expect such tacit understanding this time. Lin Ling smiled and explained, "Because I feel that your potential is not limited to this. Therefore, I don't want to die before your potential is fully excavated. This kind of battle can't be fought to the death. Therefore, the battle to the death will be after the bet." Same for you. Long Yang nodded. Her thoughts were the same as Lin Ling's. If they really wanted a battle to the death, it would be when both of them reached their peak. At that moment, they would be at their strongest. If they lost, it would be a glorious death. Seeing Lin Ling and Dragon Mother conversing so familiarly that they were like lovers, the surrounding people's faces became even uglier. Unfortunately, they were afraid of martial god Wen Tian, so they didn't dare to attack. Farewell. Lin Ling didn't stay any longer. The battle between him and martial god Wen Tian had officially begun. 3 years later, he would win the first battle. However, martial god Wen Tian had cultivated for more than 10,000 years than Lin Ling. He would definitely train Longyang with all his might. Therefore, Lin Ling had to give it his all to raise his strength to a new level within 3 years. Lin Ling had absolute confidence in this. Martial god Wen Tian had guessed that he was related to Li Xiaoyao, but he didn't know that he was Li Xiaoyao. Longyang saw Lin Ling leave. She didn't stay any longer. She followed the stairs and disappeared into the sky. The group of young powerhouses, who seemed to have come from another world, narrowed their eyes one after another as they watched Lin Ling turn a blind eye and leave. Lin Ling from the Snow Wind Academy? How arrogant. He dares to ignore us just because he has some strength. That's right. When we were at his level, we also had to lower our voices when we met the experts on the god ranking. Forget it. He only has 3 years to live. 3 years? To a cultivator, one seclusion is all it takes. I feel sorry for him. The experts said calmly. Hee hee, you want to leave just like that? If I don't leave anything behind, it wouldn't be my style. The purple-haired young man suddenly said. Then you should be careful. Martial god Wen Tian thinks highly of him. The crowd became excited, but someone reminded him with a smile. Don't worry, just don't cripple him. I think martial god Wen Tian won't mind. The purple-haired young man, Yao Fei, shrugged. After he finished speaking, he chased after Lin Ling. This guy. Yao Fei, be careful. Lin Ling said that you're the lucky one. A few more people laughed and spoke. Of course, they were only joking. Chapter 3748. That guy tastes pretty good, right? Meanwhile, Lin Ling was slowly moving forward in the woods. Suddenly, a laugh could be heard. Lin Ling, you said I'm lucky, but I don't believe it, so I'm curious to see how bad my luck is when I attack you. A figure approached from behind the woods at a slow pace, but appeared behind Lin Ling in the blink of an eye. It was Yao Fei. Lin Ling was startled, before he could not help but shake his head. Are you surprised? Yao Fei assumed that Qin Nan was panicking due to his astonishment. That being said, it was normal. Lin Ling was only at the early stage of the martial progenitor realm, while he, Yao Fei, was a half-martial god with a great talent. They were not on the same level. How could Lin Ling not panic when Yao Fei attacked him? I'm not surprised, but I'm surprised that you didn't listen to the advice of your elders. Lin Ling shook his head and continued to move forward. Advice of your elders? Lin Ling, are you trying to trick me? Now, show me what bad luck is. Yao Fei immediately felt unpleasant when he saw Lin Ling's indifferent expression. He immediately attacked Lin Ling without wasting any time. However, as soon as he moved, a figure appeared from the woods like a phantom, whose speed was slightly faster than his. It instantly pounced at him and grabbed his arm, before slamming him into the ground. Following this, it continued to smash him left and right, causing the ground to crack open as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. It was as if the entire ancient woods had collapsed. As for Yao Fei, he was taken by surprise too. However, he was still a half-martial god realm expert. Thus he immediately unleashed his full strength. However, it was to no avail. The mysterious and violent figure did not seem to be afraid of his strength. Every attack that landed on its body was only able to cut it open, but it was not fatal. On the other hand, after the mysterious figure slammed Yao Fei into the ground, it stepped on his body and revealed an eerie smile under the huge cloak. It was the smile of a demon. The Platinum Demon. That's your bad luck. You've provoked a demon. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's calm voice could be heard from the distance. To Yao Fei's astonishment, Lin Ling continued to move forward, completely ignoring his presence as a half-martial god realm expert. However, he could not care less, as he stared at the demon on his body in terror. Could it be the demon from the 5th floor of the 8th Heavenly Palace, the Black Golden Castle? An incredulous thought rose up in his mind, because when one reached his level, he had naturally explored the 8 gods' Heavenly Palace before, and knew the terror of the 5th level. No, Yao Fei voice. Unfortunately, it was useless. The platinum evil spirit ate him like a spicy strip. While the woods became quiet. 2 figures, one tall and one short, quietly moved forward under the bright moonlight. This caused the atmosphere to be somewhat strange. However, amidst the silence, a curious voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. It seemed to be talking about the platinum evil spirit. That guy's taste. As the 2 figures disappeared into the distance, a large number of experts finally appeared in the woods. Yao Fei still hasn't returned after so long. Did something happen to him? Impossible. Lin Ling is only a martial progenitor. How could he defeat Yao Fei? Enough with the nonsense. The stairs are closing soon. If we still can't find Yao Fei, he's going to die somewhere close to East City. These people were the young experts who had come out of the stairs to look for Yao Fei. However, they soon came to a stop. The reason being that there was a pool of blood in front of them, with broken limbs scattered across the ground. On top of that, there was a skull. Most importantly, there were pieces of clothes around them, but it seemed like they were Yao Fei's clothes. A wisp of terror quietly rose in their hearts. Yao Fei was dead, and he was eaten. If the demon was able to eat Yao Fei, it meant that the demon was definitely a martial god realm expert. Let's go. Without any hesitation, these people immediately left this place. Their hearts were cold, so cold that it seeped into their hearts. They were not sure if Yao Fei had died in Lin Ling's hands. However, Lin Ling's words made them remember clearly. You're lucky. This sentence clearly meant something. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking in the direction of East City. However, halfway through, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared and blocked the road ahead. It was the city lord of East City. This is the bodyguard who defeated Elder Qi of East City. The city governor of East City had clearly seen what had happened. His heart was pounding as he looked at the bodyguard behind Lin Ling in disbelief. Yes, this guy is actually a glutton. However, Lin Ling was not surprised by the city governor's appearance, because martial god Wentian had mentioned it before. Swoosh! Swoosh! City governor, he immediately gasped. What a terrifying guy, eating experts on the divine list as if they were spicy strips. Then, the 2 of them walked side by side. City governor, he was clearly more respectful of Lin Ling. He said casually, "Was that martial god Wentian?" "Yes." Lin Ling nodded. Then he understood City Governor Yi's doubts and said with a smile, "I agreed to fight with him in 3 years. You're really powerful." Martial god Wentian is one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 prefectures. Among so many martial gods in the 9 prefectures, only 10 of them ruled the martial god realm. You're just a junior in the martial ancestor realm. Aren't you afraid that martial god Wentian will eat you? City Governor Yi said in shock. He wants to eat, but he's a little greedy. He wants more things, so he doesn't dare to eat for now. Lin Ling shrugged and said with a smile, "However, after hearing what you said, I realized that I was too reckless and impulsive. If I encounter such a situation again, I won't dare to come again." Although he said that, City Governor, he felt that the next time he encountered such a situation, this guy would still dare to go. As expected of a pervert, after returning to East City with City Governor E was about to leave. However, Lin Ling cupped his hands and bowed to City Governor. "City Governor, I'm sorry to trouble you to accompany me in the middle of the night." Lin Ling thanks you. "If there's anything you need me to do in the future, I'll do anything for you." Lin Ling was not an ungrateful person. He would remember this kindness in his heart. City Governor laughed and said, "This is not my intention. It's my daughter's intention." After saying that, he took his leave. Lin Ling stood there in a daze for a long time. Xian Fairy? He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. How could he not know about Xian Fairy's feelings for him? However, Lin Ling was no longer in the mood to flirt. Now, he only wanted to take revenge. Moreover, there were many women who had feelings for Lin Ling, but in the end, Lin Ling didn't have time to accompany them and let them suffer the pain of lovesickness. Lu Su Su, Qin Xiaolan, and the others were too many. Therefore, Lin Ling rejected Xian Fairy. He didn't want her to suffer because of him. He shook his head and walked towards the garden. Chapter 3749. The Dragon Ball is in my hands. Back at the E-Garden, everything is fine. Lin Ling also told Yu Yu and the rest about what happened earlier. Yu Yu and the rest could not help but blame Lin Ling. What happened earlier was so dangerous, but Lin Ling did not inform them and went ahead alone. However, they also know Lin Ling's character. So, it is enough that Lin Ling can come back safely. Another day later, the exchange between the 8 academies ended and Lin Ling followed the dean back to Snow Wind Academy. Once back at Snow Wind City, Lin Ling said goodbye to the dean and brought Yu Yu and the rest back to the courtyard. As for young Master Yao and the rest, because it is their first time at Snow Wind Academy, they still have to report to the academy and deal with the following matters. In the courtyard, several figures were waiting for Lin Ling. Xiaoning, Broken Sword, Afterimage, Song Chiri, Old Lady, and the rest are all here. When they saw Lin Ling return, they could not help but smile. Lin Ling also greeted them one by one. But when he saw Xiaoning and Broken Sword, Lin Ling was a little surprised. He felt that their gazes were strange, as if they were guilty and did not dare to look at him. On the other hand, Yu Yu and Xian Yuangu had sharp senses and immediately sent a message to Lin Ling. After hearing from Yu Yu and the rest, Lin Ling found out that Xiaoning and Broken Sword seemed to like each other but were afraid that Lin Ling would be angry, so they were a little sneaky. Lin Ling suddenly became happy. He has always treated Xiaoning as half a daughter and usually accompanied Yu Yu and the rest, so he will definitely not oppose a relationship with Broken Sword. As for Broken Sword, he is a slave that Lin Ling obtained from the Yen States arena. However, Lin Ling has always treated him as his guard, so he can be considered a family member. Putting away his thoughts, Lin Ling looked at Broken Sword and shouted angrily, "Broken Sword, kneel! Kneel!" Savage Sword's expression changed as he knelt down without hesitation. "Do you know your crime?" Lin Ling shouted again, his voice filled with majesty. "I know my mistake. I shouldn't have walked together with Xiaoning. I'm willing to die as an apology. However, I hope that you can spare Xiaoning's life, because this is my fault." Cruel Sword was extremely loyal to Lin Ling. There was no need for Lin Ling to ask. He had already said it out loud. After he finished speaking, a killer weapon appeared in his hand. But at that moment, Xiaoning ran out crying and knelt down in front of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling stopped her and stared at Remnant Sword. This gaze caused Remnant Sword to lower his head. Whether it was in the past, present, or even the future, no matter how powerful or famous he was, Lin Ling would always be his lord in his heart. Even his father. If Lin Ling wanted him to die, he wouldn't even frown and kill himself immediately. Beside him, Do Ing was anxious, but he didn't dare to say anything. He knew that although young Master Lin Ling seemed easy to talk to, once he got angry, he would even dare to touch a god. "Do you like Xiaoning?" Lin Ling asked. "Yes." Remnant Sword didn't hide it and admitted it directly. "Good. Do you know what mistake you've made?" Lin Ling said again. "I know. I shouldn't have walked together with Xiaoning. I've let you down." Remnant Sword lowered his head and said, "Shut up." However, Lin Ling shouted angrily, "The crime you've committed is that you're not a man. If you like Xiaoning, you should like her openly and not sneakily. You should tell me directly that you like her." "Ah." Remnant Sword instantly raised his head in shock. What Sir said was different from what he thought. A man has to protect his woman and his family. If you don't even dare to admit that you like someone and don't dare to like her openly, are you still a man? So, do you know what you've done wrong? Lin Ling said again. I know. Remnant Sword immediately nodded. He was getting more and more confused. "Let me ask you again. Are you willing to die for her? Are you willing to give her a lifetime of happiness and never leave her? Sir, I'm willing. Good, get up. Lin Ling finally said calmly. Remit's sword was completely dumbfounded. Didn't Sir want to kill him? Why did he let him get up? At the side, Doing slowly came to his senses. So Lin Ling wasn't blaming Savage Sword for walking with Xiao Ning. He was blaming Savage Sword for not being responsible enough. He liked someone, but he was sneaking around. He immediately kicked Savage Sword. Why aren't you thanking Master? Remit's sword was even more confused. Silly child. Yu smiled and walked over while holding Xiao Ning's hand. She helped Remnant's sword up and placed Xiao Ning's hand in Remit's sword's hand. Your sir wants you to take good care of Xiao Ning from today onwards. Remit's sword went for the third time. You idiot. Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't hold it in anymore. You actually agreed to die for her and give Xiao Ning happiness. Then I can rest assured and hand Xiao Ning over to you. Just nod and agree now. Tomorrow, we'll officially get married. What the hell are you saying? Remnant Sword's body trembled when he heard this, and his eyes finally moistened. He, Remnant Sword, was a slave and could be killed at any time in the arena. However, Sir Lin Ling saved him and taught him martial arts. He treated him as one of his own. From that day onwards, Remnant Sword's life changed. He was no longer a slave and was no longer bullied by others. He even grew up under Lin Ling's wings and was protected by Lin Ling. He was very grateful for all of this, and he would never forget it even if he died. However, now, Lin Ling had even promised him to win Xiao Ning and personally officiate the wedding. Thump! Remit's sword knelt down and kowtowed heavily to Lin Ling. He kowtowed as tears streamed down his face. Bang! 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 The rocky ground cracked. It was obvious that these kowtows came from the bottom of his heart. Sir! He roared and raised his head. More tears streamed down his face. He was no longer a slave. He was Lin Ling's family. When Xiao Ning saw this, she quickly knelt down. Lin Ling helped her bury her father and brought her to a mysterious world. He was her great benefactor. Silly child, Lin Ling shook his head and walked up to them. He personally helped them up and placed their hands together. Tomorrow, you two will get married. I will be the host. Thank you, sir. Remit's sword and Xian Ling cried even harder. Yu, Xian Yuan Gu, and Dukening laughed happily. Especially Dukening. Tears streamed down his face. He knew that the best decision he had made in his life was to stay by his young master's side. Then, Lin Ling asked Yu and the others to prepare for the wedding tomorrow. Lin Ling followed the old woman and Tsang Chiri into the main hall. Lin Ling, here's your Dragon Ball. As soon as they entered, the old woman took out a jade box. Inside, it was an extremely rare Dragon Ball. Chapter 3750. Savage Sword's Marriage. The Dragon Pearl is the essence of the Dragon God, and not every Dragon God has a Dragon Pearl. For example, Lin Ling has the Dragon God's bloodline, but he doesn't have a Dragon Pearl. From this, it can be seen how precious it is. However, Lei Gong was able to find two. This shows how powerful Lei Gong's methods are. The second mission of the Trial of God is to become the #1 in Snow Wind Academy's Shun San Hall. You have completed the mission perfectly. Now, you only need to do one more mission before you can complete the second trial mission. The old woman looked at Lin Ling and said, the second mission is to go to one of the 7 forbidden lands in the 9 regions, Kai Yuan River. 7 forbidden lands? Kai Yuan River? Lin Ling frowned. He's been to a few forbidden lands. There is 8 gods' heavenly palace, eternal forbidden forest, rainbow world, and starry sky forest. Of course, Lin Ling has only been there and hasn't finished exploring them. Take 8 gods' heavenly palace, for example. He is only halfway there. Another example is Rainbow World. He has only explored the tip of the iceberg and obtained the divine grimoire martial arts that fused with his talent. It can be said that the 7 forbidden lands are filled with countless secrets. Not to mention Lin Ling. Even the gods of the gods era didn't explore the forbidden lands thoroughly. And now, Lei Gong arranged for him to go to Kai Yuan River. Isn't this the place where Big Brother and the rest went? Furthermore, Big Brother and the rest still haven't returned. This means that they are still in Kaiyuan River. This mission can be said to be simple, but not simple. It can also be said to be difficult. Why do you say so? Because if it is simple, you're only responsible for delivering a letter. If it is difficult, it is because in Kaiyuan River, there are many variables in this forbidden land. Many things are hard to determine. The old woman said, "Deliver a letter?" Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The old woman immediately took out a letter and handed it to Lin Ling. Lin Ling received it. With just a glance, he knew that this letter was sealed with a large number of enchantments. Furthermore, the letter was made from a type of dragon skin. Dragon skin, that is the skin under the dragon scales. It is extremely tough. Give this letter to the dragon race. The old woman said again. Lin Ling immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Dragon race? This was the most mysterious race in the universe. Even Lin Ling had the bloodline of several great dragon gods. The dragon clan is located in the Kaiyuan River. However, ever since the era of gods, the dragon clan has disappeared without a trace. Therefore, it is very difficult to find them. However, this letter can point you in the right direction and let you find the dragon clan. You just need to hand the letter to them. Then, you will have completed the second mission of the Trial of God and will be rewarded. The old woman smiled. Currently, Lin Ling's Trial of God mission was the fastest to complete. This made her think highly of Lin Ling. It had to be known that when it came to the missions of other trial challengers, some had spent 1,000 years to complete a mission. There were even some that wandered around a mission for their entire lives, not completing it even after death. All right, but can I delay this mission for a while? I have something important to deal with during this period of time. Lin Ling said awkwardly. Within 3 days, Wentian martial god would tell him in Yuer's whereabouts. Lin Ling definitely had to find a Yuer, because this matter could not be delayed any longer. The old woman was also in a difficult position. If it was any other mission, it would not be a problem. However, this time, it is to deliver a letter. Although I do not know what is written in the letter, it should be very urgent. Therefore, it is not good to delay the time. Moreover, I fought for this mission for you. The other guardians also value this mission. However, during this period of time, you completed the mission quickly, so I took it. Hearing this, Lin Ling was instantly grateful. However, he did not expect that the Trial of God mission could be snatched. Then, Lin Ling said politely, I will have to trouble Senior with this matter. Haha, it is no trouble at all. Who knew that the old woman would laugh and wave her hand? On the contrary, because you completed the mission smoothly, my reputation in front of the other guardians has increased greatly. In front of Lord Lei Gong, I have more confidence in speaking. You can do that. Lin Ling was speechless. It seemed that the guardians were also fighting openly and secretly. No wonder the old woman had been so refreshed during this period of time. It turned out that people were in high spirits when faced with happy events. This old woman must have been elated for a long time. Being stared at by Lin Ling, the old woman blushed. She had indeed been arrogant among the guardians for a long time. She smiled and said, I will try my best to help you with this matter. After you have finished your task, hurry up and complete this mission. Okay, Lin Ling nodded. After chatting for a while, the old woman and Song Chiri said goodbye and left. Lin Ling went to see how busy Yu Yu and the others were. He wanted to help, but he was chased out by Yu Yu and the others. This kind of thing was for girls to do. Lin Ling did not need any help at all. Depressed, Lin Ling went to see Remnant Sword again. In the garden, Remnant Sword and Do Kening were extremely excited. They were talking excitedly. When they saw Lin Ling, they immediately laughed. Lin Ling also smiled and looked at Remnant Sword. He was dressed in black and had an assassin's weapon. He did not look like a bridegroom at all. He looked more like an assassin. This time, Lin Ling was not happy. He immediately asked Do Kening to find a red robe and a big red flower. My lord, please don't. I am a man. Why do I have to bring a flower? Remnant Sword had never worn any clothes other than the black assassin's uniform. He immediately cried and said, Objection overruled. Lin Ling shook his head. I asked you to get married, not to kill. Why are you dressed in black? Also, throw the assassin's weapon under the bed tomorrow. You're not allowed to bring it out. Tomorrow is a joyous occasion. It's inauspicious to bring assassin's weapon. After he finished speaking, Lin Ling pulled Remnant Sword's face. Also smile tomorrow. You have a black face all day long, as if everyone owes you money. That's not like a bridegroom. Yes, my lord. Remnant Sword revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Dokening happened to walk over. When he saw this scene, he could not help but laugh until his stomach hurt. It had to be said that Remnant Sword had never smiled since he was young. Even if he did, it was a cold smile. It was a smile of satisfaction from killing. Now that he forced himself to smile, it gave people a strange feeling. You actually look pretty good when you smile. However, Lin Ling nodded his head in satisfaction. Ha ha! Dokening could not hold it in anymore. He laughed until he rolled on the ground. Remnant Sword still maintained a smile that was uglier than crying. However, he was already crying on his face. He really did not know how to smile. After busying himself for a while, Lin Ling also entered a state of cultivation. He first stabilized his cultivation realm. Then, he comprehended all kinds of trump cards. However, when he comprehended the illusion god true inheritance, he frowned. Chapter 3751. The sixth arrow of the great solar calamity Bao, seamless Tao, completely merged the illusion god true inheritance into the steps of wisdom. Lin Ling secretly said. At the same time, his soul force also surged, quietly fusing the two different types of power. Fortunately, these two types of energy were based on soul force. Thus, after spending several hours, he succeeded. This also slightly increased the power of the step of wisdom. Looking at the sky again, it just so happened that night had fallen. So Lin Ling estimated the time and immediately began to refine the Dragon Balls again. Speaking of which, this was also Lin Ling's second time refining the Dragon Pearl. Therefore, he was quite familiar with the road. This time, Lin Ling placed the Dragon Pearl on the Sky Dragon's bone. This was because Lin Ling's great calamity, vanquishing son, Bao, was nearing the final level. Therefore, he wanted to make use of the breakthrough in his talent to successfully break through to the best level. Rumble. After the Dragon Pearl entered his body, one of Lin Ling's Dantian's Dantian had a majestic heavenly dragon swimming around it. It sat cross-legged around the Dantian, looking extremely shocking and spectacular. At the same time, an endless stream of dragon god power poured into his Dantian, causing the Sky Dragon to have an even more imposing aura, as if it had completely come to life. Speaking of which, Lin Ling originally did not have the dragon god bloodline. After refining the heavenly dragon's dragon bone, he was also just a half-dragon race bloodline. But all these years, he had continuously accumulated and tempered the dragon god's bloodline through treasures. Now, he already possessed a pure dragon god's bloodline. While he was cultivating, the dragon demon inside the broken dragon pearl hidden in his body had also benefited greatly, and its strength had greatly increased. No idea how long had passed either. Lin Ling's Dantian emitted a rumbling sound, soaring straight to the 9 heavens. On this night, many people could clearly see a golden dragon rushing out of the sky, hovering around Snow City. This dragon had undoubtedly shocked the entire city. However, this matter was suppressed by the city lord's mansion. Anyone who attempted to investigate or approach Lin Ling's courtyard was chased away. This allowed Lin Ling's breakthrough to remain undisturbed. On the other hand, the old woman and Tsang Chiri both knew that Lin Ling's strength was going to increase again. In fact, this was indeed the case. In the early morning, Lin Ling's cultivation room finally quieted down. Lin Ling sat cross-legged and breathed lightly, but the air he exhaled was like a dragon's breath. If someone was present, even a peak martial progenitor realm expert would be shocked, as the person sitting there was not a human, but a dragon. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. There were 2 dragons lingering in his eyes. Sky Dragon's dragon god talent has reached the 4th grade. His body's strength has reached the strength of 10,000 worlds, and his speed has reached the speed of 1,000 worlds. If he fuses his talents, he might reach the strength of 14,000 worlds. Coupled with the art of wind and rain myriad worlds, his speed will reach a terrifying speed of 1,500 worlds. Lin Ling's voice was filled with shock. What kind of concept was that? It meant that Lin Ling could travel across more than 1,000 worlds with a single thought and destroy more than 10,000 worlds with a single punch. Furthermore, after fusing his talents, his rank would reach the 14th grade. He would not have any worthy opponents among the half-martial gods. Calamity Destroyer Bow. At the same time, a bow appeared in Lin Ling's hand. The bow was golden in color, and its surface was covered with dragon bones. It could change its size at will, and from time to time, the words of Buddha floated out from the bow. It was as if the dragon bow was speaking, and it was awe-inspiring. Furthermore, Lin Ling had comprehended the last arrow. The sixth arrow, the seamless path. This also made Lin Ling want to try it out. He wanted to see the power of the sixth arrow, but he restrained his impulse. If he released the sixth arrow in Snow-Blowing City, he was afraid that half of the city would be destroyed. As one of the 8 mystical skills of the dragon tribe, how could the Calamity Destroyer Bow be weak? Not only did the last arrow possess the strength of a peak martial progenitor realm expert, it was close to the strength of a god. This was Lin Ling's new trump card, which was much more powerful than many of his previous tricks. Moreover, Lin Ling was also very emotional. He had many tricks up his sleeves, but each of them intertwined to become stronger. Previously, one of his tricks had become stronger, but in the following days, another one of his trump cards would grow, and that trump card would become even stronger. Lin Ling was looking forward to seeing how powerful all his tricks would be when they reached the peak. Thump, 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 thump. Then, the whole city was filled with the sound of firecrackers. Today was the day of Remnant Sword's wedding. Lin Ling smiled and walked out of the room. When he arrived outside, he found it was bustling with noise and excitement. The whole snowy city was celebrating. Lin Ling instantly knew that Song Chiri had given him face. Since the city governor had spoken, how could the whole city not celebrate? When Lin Ling arrived at the courtyard, he found it was decorated with lanterns and banners, and the word happy was hung up high. Brother Ling. When Yu Yu and the others saw Lin Ling, they were all delighted. Xiao Yu even dragged Sky Devouring Girl to give Lin Ling wedding candies, which made Lin Ling laugh. However, Lin Ling did not need to do anything for the wedding. He only needed to sit at the head of the table and wait for the guests. Therefore, Lin Ling had already sat at the head of the table. Looking at the seats around him and the maidservants that Yu Yu and the others had invited, he sighed with emotion. Why did he feel that he had aged so much? He was like an old man with a white beard and white hair. In the past, when Lin Ling's son, Lin Ling, got married, he did not feel this way. Now, this feeling was so strong that Lin Ling was speechless. As for Yu Yu and the others, when they saw Lin Ling sitting boldly like the head of the family, they couldn't help but giggle. This also made Lin Ling stare at them fiercely. I'm still very young, okay? If you laugh again, I will make sure you can't laugh tonight. Duke Li's mansion has come to congratulate you. At this time, there were finally guests. Duke Zhuang's mansion has come to congratulate you. And the number of guests was increasing. Haha, Lin Ling, I'm here. Duke Zhuang's mansion was actually Zhuang Yiming's home. Zhuang Yiming brought his acquaintances from Snow Wind Academy and came one after another to support them. Lin Ling's mood immediately became good as he greeted them one by one. Yo, did someone die in this countryside? Why is it so lively? There are even firecrackers. But at this time, someone came uninvited. An old man wearing white clothes swaggered into the courtyard with 2 followers, and their appearance caused the entire courtyard to suddenly become silent. Today was a day of great joy, but this old man spoke nonsense, which made people feel extremely unhappy. Who are you people? Yu Yu frowned and immediately asked. We are people from the new heavenly court. Under the orders of Martial God Wen Tian, We are here to find a guy called Lin Ling and tell him a piece of news. The old man looked at the courtyard with contempt and spoke arrogantly. It turned out that the 3-day agreement had arrived. Marshal Godwin Tian had obviously found Inyuer, so he came to deliver the news. But it was fine to send the news, but he actually found these idiots to send it? Lin Ling could not help but shake his head. These guys probably did not have any status in the new heavenly court. Otherwise, how could they not know that he was Lin Ling? Chapter 3752. It was a joyous day. I am Lin Ling. Lin Ling immediately stepped forward. The three of them looked at Lin Ling in astonishment. Of course, they had heard of Lin Ling's name. It was said that he was an arrogant and unruly person. He wasn't even afraid of the new heavenly court. He had even killed Marshal God Qilan. Of course, it was the God-Slaying Alliance's credit that Marshal God Qilan was killed. I was ordered by Marshal God Wentian to give you a letter, the old man said arrogantly. He was arrogant because he came from the new heavenly court and could see the heaven-seeking martial stage with his own eyes. To him, this was a great honor. Lin Ling nodded and took it. The old man smiled and said, I was wrong before. Today is not a day of mourning. It seems like it's a happy occasion. Don't you know how to welcome me? Also, I came in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts. I hope you won't mind. He seemed to be asking Lin Ling, but his words had already agreed for Lin Ling. Don't worry. We're not going home until we're drunk. Lin Ling didn't seem to hear the arrogance in the old man's words. Huh. The old man smiled and swaggered into the seats with the two people behind him. From the looks of it, he already regarded himself as his master. Yu and the others were all angry, but Lin Ling didn't say anything, so they didn't say anything. Hee. Who's getting married today? Marriage is a major event in life. Lin Ling, as the host of the wedding, you're too stingy. You actually held a banquet in such a small place and didn't even have many guests. Alas, how shabby. The old man sat down and asked someone to pour him a cup of wine. If I had known this would happen, I would have asked the experts of the new heavenly court to come. You can have any kind of experts you want. I've given you enough face. The old man's words were undoubtedly mocking and humiliating Lin Ling. This was because he came from the new heavenly court and could work for Wentian Marshal God. In his eyes, he was a big shot several times bigger than Lin Ling. On the other hand, Lin Ling was only a scornful kid. By the way, I've heard about the city lord of this city too. Do you want me to invite him for you? Although the city lord is very busy and may not pay attention to you. But to be able to come once is enough to make you proud. Sai, no matter how I look at it, the three of us are the ones with the most prestige and extravagance in this marriage. How pitiful. The young man beside the young Xianxians. However, at that instant a loud Jiuchun fan. Xianxia, the heavens lords, is God realm. Is God. Course, there's God. But the Ling, God was the God, course. Who is this guy called Xianxia? What a grand display. The course Lin is him, the city lord of Snow Wind City. However, behind them, a laugh came. Lin Ling had arrived behind them with a large number of wine jugs. Bang! All the wine was on the table. However, the three of them did not pay attention to the wine. Instead, their pupils constricted. The city lord is also here. Such a big shot. Obviously has a much higher status than them. The deputy dean of Snow Wind Academy has arrived. While they were still in shock, another voice came. What? The dean is also here. The old man held the wine cup in his hand and was dumbfounded. The dean of each of the 36 academies in the world was a highly respected figure. But now he was here too. There were countless students in each academy. How could a big shot like the dean come in person for a wedding? What's more, this was not Lin Ling's wedding. The dean of Snow Wind Academy has arrived. However, before the first wave of surprise subsided, another wave came. This time it was the dean, the elusive principal of the academy. The faces of the three people instantly turned pale. They did not dare to drink any more wine. The people who had appeared not only had status, but even their strength surpassed them by 9 streets. They were shocked. How could this rustic little courtyard attract so many people with such high statuses? The dean of Flickering Academy has arrived. However, not only did the dean of Snow Wind Academy come, even the dean of the nearby academy also came. City Lord Xiao has arrived. Moreover, the nearby city lord has also come. Plop. The three of them were so scared that their legs were trembling. They almost couldn't sit still in their chairs. The city lord of East City has arrived. At this time, a heavyweight had arrived. Everyone was shocked. East City, the city lord of the fourth main city in the world, he actually came from afar to congratulate them? This must be fake. The old man's face turned pale. The arrogance from before had completely disappeared, leaving only fear. In front of these big shots, in fact, he was just like a servant. This Lin Ling, where did he get the face to invite these people? Moreover, today seems to be the wedding of one of his guards. Who knows? Anyway, those people are only stronger than the new heavenly court. Let's go. Boss, let's go quickly. Maybe there will be some big shots coming back. Let's go. The two people beside the old man could no longer bear the pressure. The old man's mouth also trembled. This kind of big shot is enough. It's impossible for there to be more. Let's go. However, just as he finished speaking, a loud and clear voice came from outside the door. Miao Di has come to congratulate. Let's go. Bang, bang, bang. The three of them finally could not sit still and sat down on the ground, their faces ashen. Miao Di had also come. This is one of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 regions, and also the god emperor of the final world. She actually came in person? One had to know that even though they had heard many stories about the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures, they had never seen the other martial gods. Never had they imagined that they would have the opportunity to meet the other martial gods in this ordinary courtyard. Before, the three of them had said that today's wedding banquet, the three of them had the biggest show and face. But now, they wish they could give themselves a few slaps. Could they compare with those big shots? He couldn't even compare to a single strand of hair. Come, drink. We won't go home until we're drunk. At this time, Lin Ling next to them smiled and poured wine for them. How could the three of them dare to be negligent? They all revealed humble smiles like foxtails. They did not dare to not give face to the wine poured by Lin Ling and drank all of it. They drank until they were dizzy. City Lord Song, come, let me introduce a few friends to you. However, at this time, Lin Ling called the City Lord. When the City Lord came, he immediately drank dozens of cups with the three of them. The old man and the other two drank until they almost vomited blood. They kept waving their hands. We can't drink anymore. We can't drink anymore. The wine that Lin Ling brought over was obviously not ordinary wine. Moreover, when martial artists drank, they could not use their world essence to dissolve it. Otherwise, it would be not giving face. Therefore, the three of them drank until they were as drunk as mud. Chapter 37:53. Arriving at the Kaiyuan River. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as foresight. What? You don't want to give me face? Song Chiri seemed to know what Lin Ling was thinking and immediately shouted. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. The three of them did not dare to object and drank more than 10 cups. Come, Weisstein, they're the guests of the new heavenly court. Let's get to know each other. Yes. However, Lin Ling, who was beside him, had invited another big shot. Little ancestor, I'll kneel before you. Please spare us. The three of them wanted to cry, but had no tears. They wanted to refuse, but they were afraid of offending those big shots. In the end, they drank until they vomited blood and their livers hurt. However, Lin Ling did not let them go. He asked everyone to toast him. If they didn't drink it, it would mean that they didn't give him face. So in the end, they drank almost all the wine they had in their lifetime. Bang, bang, bang. They all fell to the ground and couldn't get up. White foam came out of their mouths as they kept talking nonsense. They would probably be drunk for an entire year. This undoubtedly caused you and the others to laugh out loud. The three of them were so arrogant. Now they regretted it. Throw them out. Yes. Lin Ling had played enough and immediately waved his hand. Sir, where should we throw them? Someone asked. The latrine. Yes. Lin Ling replied casually. If the three of them were awake, they would be furious. They were the representatives of the new heavenly court. Lin Ling threw them into the latrine. Moreover, they had been beaten to the point of unconsciousness. It would probably take a year for them to sober up. This meant that they would have to spend a year in the latrine. Lin Ling did not take the previous farce to heart. Instead, he was surprised by the guests, because some of the guests were not notified by him, such as the city lord of East City and Emperor Miao. But they dared to come immediately after they heard the news, which gave him enough face. Lin Ling hurriedly received them politely. When the bride appeared, the atmosphere in the courtyard became more lively. A day later, the lively wedding banquet finally came to an end. Lin Ling also sent all his friends and family off. As he looked at the courtyard that was gradually becoming quiet, he couldn't help but smile. It had been a few years since he came to the final world, and he gradually had his own friends. This was obviously much better than when he first came here alone. That night, Lin Ling took out the letter to check. However, what shocked him was that heaven-seeking martial god found out that the immortal temple Saintus was also in the Origin River. Haha, great! Lin Ling couldn't help but be overjoyed. This meant that while he was searching for a new wearer, he could also complete the trial of God's mission. Next, Lin Ling informed the old woman and also planned to tell Yu Yu and the others. Regarding this, Yu Yu and the others were reluctant, but they did not stop Lin Ling from going to the Kaiyuan River. Lin Ling reminded them that they would definitely return within 3 years and let Yu Yu and the others cultivate well in the academy. Moreover, Snow-Blowing City was also Lin Ling's territory. He was not worried that the young demon lord and the others would encounter any mishaps, so he could leave without worry. On this trip to the Kaiyuan River, Lin Ling only brought the platinum evil spirit and the giant ghost. After bidding farewell to everyone, he set off. The Kaiyuan River was a galaxy that appeared in the void of the universe. It was extremely mysterious and ancient. So far, it was one of the secret realms that no one had been able to explore. Following the void of the universe, after a full 10 days, an ancient galaxy finally appeared in the distance. It was like a silver ribbon, but it was extremely magnificent, as if it hid countless mysteries of the universe. Looking at the source and end of the Milky Way, Lin Ling was disappointed because this Milky Way seemed to be endless, one of the most ancient sources of power. At this time, a silent giant ghost finally spoke. This guy had always been by Lin Ling's side. Even when Lin Ling went to meet martial god Wentian, it was also by his side, but had never spoken. This time, it seemed to be much more energetic than before when it came to the Kaiyuan River. Have you thought of something? Lin Ling knew that the giant ghost had always wanted to know his origin. No, I just feel that it's very familiar. The giant ghost shook its head. It was rare that it was not fierce, as if it was reminiscing about something. Seeing this, Lin Ling did not say much and flew forward. Who knew that although the galaxy looked close, it was actually extremely far away. With Lin Ling's speed, it took him a full day to reach it. However, after getting closer, Lin Ling was also shocked. It was as if he was in a huge universe, and he felt that he was very small. In front of him, waves rumbled. This river was extremely huge. It was more like a sea than a river. On the banks of the river, there were continents floating there. These continents were sometimes disconnected and sometimes connected. Lin Ling did not dare to get close to the Kaiyuan River. He only flew along the banks. Gradually, countless stones floated in front of him. At a glance, he could not see the end of it. However, upon closer inspection, they were not stones, but old armor, weapons, and even bones. Looking at the horizon, there was a continent in the distance. However, there was also a flag on the continent. The flag was blood red and tattered, as if it was telling of the glory of the past. Battlefield. Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. He finally realized something. He flew along the ancient battlefield and immediately sensed the intensity of this ancient war. This was because he had flown for a full day, but he still could not see the end. Countless objects from the war were still floating around him. Lin Ling even saw a giant head the size of a mountain. This war is terrifying. Lin Ling's mind seemed to have returned to millions of years ago, when the two races were killing each other. It's the battle between the Wood God tribe and the Stone God tribe. At this time, the giant ghost beside him said, "Wood God tribe. That's right. The descendants of the Wood God have strange talents and endless history. They all live in the Kaiyuan River, and so do the Stone God tribe. The Kaiyuan River is said to be the first river of life. Whether it is humans or other species, they all develop from the Kaiyuan River. Therefore, the Kaiyuan River is also called the source of all power. Not only are there all kinds of different races here, but there are also the dragon race and the legendary mother of life. It sounds like it's very powerful." Lin Ling knew that he had stepped into the secrets of the gods' era. The battle was really fierce. What a pity these treasures are all eroded. Lin Ling listened to the giant ghost as he walked. Along the way, he picked up some treasures. However, as soon as his hand touched them, those treasures immediately turned into dust. "Right, you know about the dragon race. Do you know how to find them?" Lin Ling suddenly asked. "The other side of the river." The giant ghost suddenly pointed ahead, causing Lin Ling to be stunned. He looked over and could not see the other side of the river. If the dragon race was there, did that mean that Lin Ling would have to cross the river? It seems that to complete the mission, it will take a long time. Lin Ling could not help but shake his head. Chapter 3754. Death Chi. However, the Kaiyuan River was too big. It would not be easy to complete these 3 tasks. Moreover, Lin Ling did not know what was hidden in the Kaiyuan River. The unknown was sometimes the most dangerous. That power ahead? Suddenly, Lin Ling's footsteps finally stopped. Death Chi, an incomparably large amount of Death Chi. "Lin Ling, your evil ghost jellyfish can devour anything. Go and absorb that Death Chi. Even if you can't refine it, you can store it inside your evil ghost jellyfish for future breakthroughs." The giant ghost reminded. "Good." Lin Ling nodded excitedly. He hadn't expected such an unexpected harvest. His evil ghost body's swallowing power was stronger than the world's swallowing beasts. He could turn any power into his own. It was like a training accelerator. Although the realm-swallowing beast could swallow anything, it could only swallow physical objects to strengthen its body. It could not convert them into realm essence or other powers. Immediately, Lin Ling flew forward. An ancient land had appeared in front of him. It felt as if a person had come ashore from a river. However, there was still a large number of bones floating in the air. Moreover, there was also an invisible aura of death. This meant that a lot of people had died here. Moreover, because there were too many of them, the aura of death hadn't completely dissipated even after millions upon millions of years. Therefore, to ordinary martial artists, this place was also a forbidden land of death. For example, if one accidentally came into contact with too much death aura, one would become weak and fall sick for no reason. Their vitality would weaken, and it was even possible for them to die. But to some martial artists, these were indeed great supplements. Wraith jellyfish, come out. Compared to the aura of death around him, Lin Ling was more like a god of death. Countless evil spirit jellyfish flew out and began to devour the Death Chi. I've only just arrived at Kaiyuan River, and this forbidden area has already given me such a big gift. My first impression of Kaiyuan River has improved by quite a bit. Lin Ling's body shook as he sensed the endless death aura being absorbed. However, his eyes were also looking into the distance. The 3-year promise. If not for this agreement, Lin Ling would be very satisfied with his current cultivation speed. However, after the 3-year agreement, he knew that he was still too slow. He could not afford to lose that battle, because this was the first battle between him and his old enemy after his return. This was also a battle of dignity. As Lin Ling was absorbing the death energy, on the other side, several figures appeared on the ground. They wore large cloaks, and their eyes stared ahead, revealing a trace of excitement. Death Chi, dense Death Chi, this is great. Everyone, absorb to your heart's content. Absorb all of this death energy. They let out hoarse voices that sounded like the weeping of nighthawks. It was extremely ear-piercing. You guys don't look like humans. You don't look like ghosts. Let me go if you dare. Behind them, there were a few figures standing there. Their faces were filled with anger. Clearly, they were not the same as the previous ones. However, what was surprising was that although they looked angry, they could not move. So Noisy, be a good goo. There's no need to waste time with them. Once the food in their stomachs is gone, they won't be able to scream anymore. The people walking in front said indifferently. Then they activated their skills and crazily absorbed the death energy. Brother Woody, what should we do? The people behind them were still standing on the ground with anxious looks on their faces. What do we do? Those old guys used goo on us. We can't move at all. I feel like there are worms crawling in my body. Damn, don't talk about it. It's making me sick. Damn, if you don't talk about it, there won't be any worms crawling in your body? Can't you feel it yourself? These are the old monsters from the land of eternal rest. They're not good at anything, but they can use goo. We've all become their goo. The people behind them became more and more painful as they spoke. They were about to cry. If Lin Ling was here, he would definitely recognize one of them. Who else could it be but Zhang Wudi? They received a mission from the school to find a kind of ore in the Kaiyuan River. However, as soon as they arrived, they immediately met the old monsters of the 9 regions' 10 evils. Those old monsters saw that their strength was not bad, so they were tempted to cultivate them as goo. Therefore, when they thought of their bodies exploding and countless worms crawling out, Brother Woody and the others shivered in fear. There were hundreds of ways for a person to die. This was one of the most disgusting ways to die. Don't give up. They are now absorbing the death aura, and the death aura is the most terrifying. Perhaps they might even go berserk. Wang Xiao'er, you must be dreaming. There are people who crawled out of the grave, so why would they be afraid of death aura? Sigh, I have no choice, so I hope a miracle will happen. Brother Woody and the others were like puppets. They could only talk, but their hearts were in even more pain. There is nothing more painful than watching yourself die with your own eyes. Speak, speak. You are the experts of the school, and your talent is stronger, so it is more difficult to plant goo. However, after we refine this death aura, the goo in your bodies will awaken faster. An old monster's voice suddenly floated over. Hearing this, Brother Woody and the others' pupils constricted. It's over, it's over. The guy called Wang Xiao'er beside him was constantly blowing. Although his body could not move, he could speak, so he could blow. Wang Xiao'er, what are you doing? Brother Woody, I'm blowing away the death aura, not letting those guys refine it. Can you blow it away? Don't embarrass me. But we can't just stand here and wait for death. Brother Woody and the others felt more and more pressure. They could even see an endless stream of death aura entering the bodies of the people in front of them, and the speed was getting faster and faster. This meant that their time of death was getting closer and closer. God save us. In the end, Brother Woody could only keep shouting in his heart, "Chi, chi, chi." However, at this moment, in the sky in front of them, endless ghost shadows surged like a new army, and then crazily devoured the death aura. These ghost shadows devoured the death aura as if they were eating a sesame seed cake, one big bite after another, and there was no end to it. After eating their fill, they would disappear, and then another wave would come and devour crazily. That feeling was like the reincarnation of a hungry ghost. That's right, a hungry ghost. Brother Woody and the others' pupils constricted, and then they laughed excitedly. There really was a god. As for the old monsters, they were still devouring the death aura at first, but they gradually realized that something was wrong, because the death aura around them was getting dimmer and dimmer. They could not help but raise their heads, and then they were all furious. Someone was actually stealing their death aura. Moreover, they had only sent 3 people, but the other party had sent out countless small soldiers. How could 3 people compare to countless small soldiers? The answer was obviously impossible. The other party was stealing their kill. It was simply too exaggerated. Bastard. Chapter 3755. The Place of Eternal Rest. The old man floated up and saw 2 figures on the other side. One of them was sitting cross-legged and jellyfish would rush out of his body from time to time. A large amount of death aura was taken away by him. As for the other person, he was tall and sturdy, standing behind him like a bodyguard. Go to hell. The old man couldn't care less. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The blood mist immediately dispersed and condensed into a blood silkworm the size of a calf. The silkworm made a chirping sound and suddenly spat out a huge blood bead. Rumble. It had to be said that this huge blood bead was extremely powerful. It was as big as a stone mill, and after shooting it, it immediately exploded. The nearby area shook, and the bones left behind in the ancient battlefield were all shattered into pieces. You're courting death. The old man quickly retreated and continued to refine the death aura. In his opinion, the previous person should have been killed by the explosion. And the truth was so, because after he attacked, those annoying jellyfish disappeared. God, did you abandon us? Seeing this, Brother Woody and the others wanted to cry. They finally saw a savior, but he was killed. Was God trying to destroy them? However, they didn't see that on the other side, the golden white evil spirit stretched out one hand, and on its palm, various storms were swirling. The young man under the golden white evil spirit was unscathed. Instead, he stood up with a cold expression and slowly floated up without saying anything. Everyone, the death aura is an ownerless thing. You refine yours, and I devour mine. Well water doesn't interfere with the river water, but you attacked me. What is the meaning of this? A cold voice suddenly sounded in the sky. It was Lin Ling's voice. God is here again. Looking at the floating figure, Brother Woody and the others were excited. But that person looked so familiar. God, it's Brother Lin Ling. Someone shouted. Brother Lin Ling, it's me. Brother Woody, no, it's Zhang Woody. Brother Woody quickly shouted, and his words attracted Lin Ling's attention. He actually met someone familiar. He's not dead. The three men in large cloaks looked at Lin Ling in surprise. They obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to still be alive after their attack. Lad, the death aura here belongs to us. I'll give you a chance. Run away now, and you might still be able to live. The three men were like dying old men, and they didn't move. We are heroes' resting place. One of them even let out a solemn voice. The land of eternal slumber of heroic spirits was one of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. Moreover, it was an extremely strange and ancient power. This was because they could cast goo worms without anyone noticing. Those who were afflicted with the goo worms would have their strength controlled by others. They would rather die than live. Next, the 3 of them started to count off. This was because they had fought with these 3 people before. They knew how terrifying their strength was, especially one of them. He was even a half-step martial god. Although Lin Ling was powerful, he shouldn't be able to defeat a half-step martial god. So it's the old man from Hero's resting place. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. 3. Almost at the same time, someone finally finished counting. With that, he finally took off his cloak, revealing a disgusting face. This face was crawling with horrifying centipedes, crawling back and forth from his nose to his ears. Some centipedes even suddenly fell to the ground and crawled back and forth. It was an extremely disgusting sight. You don't have to live anymore. He slowly floated up and flew toward Lin Ling at an extremely fast speed. Brother Lin Ling, be careful. Brother Woody and the others became worried. Speaking of which, they felt disgusted just by being close to the centipede old man, let alone fighting him. No wonder he's so powerful. You don't have to live anymore, Lin Ling said coldly. Lin Ling had come into contact with Hero's resting place a few times, but most of them were his enemies. Now that he had encountered an ancient force, Lin Ling did not need to show them any respect. Be my venomous insect. The old man floated up and waved his right hand. His nostrils immediately sprayed out a pink poisonous mist like a centipede. It was a breathtaking sight, but it also showed how terrifying it was. The poisonous mist covered the entire area, including Lin Ling. Continue. Under the ground, the 2 old men continued to refine the death chi as if they knew Lin Ling was dead. "Brother Lin Ling, retreat now." As for Brother Wudi and the others, they were yelling. Of course, their warning was too late, as Lin Ling was already covered by the poisonous mist. They obviously knew that the poisonous mist was not only poisonous, but also that there were countless tiny venomous insects hidden in the poisonous mist. They were all the size of dust. This meant that as long as one was in the poisonous mist, they would be poisoned and controlled by others. That was how they had been poisoned before. Speaking of which, they could not resist at all. You didn't take the path to heaven and barged into hell. Why? At this moment, in the poisonous mist, the old man let out a sinister laugh. Then he said indifferently, "My venomous insect, come here." As if hearing his call, a burly figure slowly appeared in the poisonous mist. However, his pupils constricted. That was because the thing that appeared in front of him was extremely beautiful. Its entire body was pitch black and shiny, but it had dragon claws. Behind it were wriggling tentacles that looked like dazzling wings. Such a thing could be called a monster. What a strange thing. However, I'll study it slowly when I get back. The old man said with a smile, "That's a good idea. Unfortunately, you can't go back." However, the monster in front of him suddenly spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, a dragon claw came at him. That gave the old man a fright. His eyeballs almost fell out. That was because those who were poisoned could only speak and listen to his orders. But now, the monster in front of him could actually attack him. However, his strength was extraordinary. When he saw Lin Ling attack, he immediately attacked. Countless centipedes appeared and intertwined with each other, turning into a wriggling centipede ball that collided with the dragon claw. The centipede ball looked extremely disgusting. It was full of centipedes crawling. Boom! The dragon claw collided and scattered the centipedes. However, the monster's body was also crawling with centipedes. When the old man saw that, he could not help but laugh. Of course, that smile did not last long. That was because he saw with his own eyes that the pitch-black skin on that person's body was like mud that swallowed his centipedes. After that, there was no more after that. Those centipedes seemed to have been swallowed. What kind of monster was that? It was practically invulnerable to fire and water. Do you still have those poisons? At that moment, the monster also made a sound. What do you mean? The old man became more and more surprised because he sensed that the person in front of him was not poisoned at all. Because it's delicious. The monster touched his chin and said with a smile,